Oops. Yes. So a few years back, OpenAI launched GPT-3. I guess everybody knows it by now. It's a large language model with billions of parameters. But when it was launched, it just made more relevance to scientists, labs, or even big tech companies. But what OpenAI did was, they built a chat interface using React, named it ChatGPT, and the rest is history. So this is going to be a day full of React and its ecosystem. So before we actually start the event, let's go to the code of conduct and housekeeping. So we want to make sure this is a harassment-free environment. So if you face any discomforts, make sure you reach out to the volunteers. And if you like documentation, probably you can scan this. It'll have all the code of conduct to be followed here. And also a few housekeeping. You have washrooms to the left, and you have water dispensers to your right. If you're thirsty, you can go and get it. So how it's going to be? It's going to start the first session by 11 a.m. We'll have back-to-back sessions. So the first session is by Uday Prakasha, and the second session
slashing cloud cost with Versal.
Yeah, correct. So the second talk is by Jagan Javid, who is going to speak about state management tools. And then we have shout out to open source projects. Then we'll break for lunch by 1 p.m., which will be behind you. And we'll go for quiz. And we have session 4 by Dharmendra. And he's going to be, it'll not be good. So we have Anita at the last, who will be doing the session 5. It'll be completing around 5:15. We'll have a photo session at the end, and we'll try winding up the event by 5:30. So this is how the session will, this is the agenda of today's event. So we also have a LinkedIn contest rolling. What you'll have to do is click any random photo, use hashtag Chennai React 2025, and also tag us using @Chennai React. So you can do it throughout the day, and by the end of the day, we'll pick a random winner, and he'll receive Chennai React goodies. So what is Chennai React? Chennai React was started a year back by Nikhil and Surya. It's more than just a meetup. It's a community of 6,000 developers. We have conducted 8 events, both online as well as offline, and we have been community partners to over 10 plus events. So now I invite Surya and Nikhil to speak about Chennai React's journey so far. Guys, come on. 1 year, lot of hard work.
Just a minute, we wanted to show something. Not okay? All right. So, first of all, thanks everyone for joining. It's like 11 a.m. in the morning. Everyone had coffee, breakfast? Yeah. So I want to thank Comcast for providing this wonderful...
I came across a lot of things that you slowly, you might be using, but you are not aware of, okay, this is how it works, or this is the exact part that is happening under the hood. So that is one key thing I would like to add, or there are a lot of takeaways that I can say. Let's say the last time when Satya talked about how you want to handle things, I've taken a lot of insights on that. Especially there is one key takeaway that I've taken is, if you are doing something with the use memo or use callback, and if you are fixing the issue, you are not really fixing the issue. You are just making a temporary workaround for that. So it should work even if you remove that use memo or use callback out there. So however, the React 19 comes up with the React compiler that is going to take all these issues out. But still, this was one key takeaway that I have taken in the last sessions. So I'm just trying to add some more things so that Nikhil can come back with the content. So
Thanks for filling the gap. Nikhil is ready.
Okay, great then. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right. Okay. So I just want to show like where we started.
So before year 2023 Nexus, it's a conference that happens in Bangalore every year. So I went there and Surya was also there. We didn't know before. We haven't met. So this is Surya. He's sitting in the front. I'm sitting in the second row. We didn't talk to each other before. We didn't know before. But towards the end of the event, we connected and thought, why not have a meetup in Chennai itself? Because we have to travel to Bangalore or some other place to attend these conferences and meetups. Why not have it in Chennai and start a React meetup in Chennai? So that's how it started. And then we met at 2023 and started, and it took a time. We waited for a while. I also had some issues. He also was stuck with work.
Thing is like it was just an idea. Okay, we just want to start. Okay, we don't know like how to start, where to start, who to reach, and how to like bring this much people inside the office. It's very hard for us. So idea for almost like 6 months, and we created the group in Meetup on January 14th, if I'm not wrong.
Around January, yeah.
And we also had our first meetup on 5th.
Fast United is a open source community. So Hari is from the Fast United community. So we partnered with them and it got a lot of reach for us and we met a lot of people and they knew about our community and they attended our next meetup that we had on 27th at Talentship. So Talentship helped us in the initial phases a lot because without support from a company, because we are a community, right? We don't have that much funding. Without support from the venue for the snacks and other stuff, it'll be very difficult to do these meetups. So thanks to Talentship. So Surya is from Talentship. Thanks to them to supporting us. And then, as we mentioned, 2023, we attended as an attendee for the Nexus event. This year, we partnered with them as community partners. So everyone from our team went there. We also, since we are community partners, we also have some giveaway tickets that we gave to a few audience members. And this year also, we are planning to partner with Nexus. So watch out for that. Check out our LinkedIn to get those updates on when you are partnering with them. So usually it happens on June, July. So check that out. And yeah, we met a lot of awesome people there. So, this is, he's a great Angular developer. We met him there as well. And yeah, we met a lot of new cool people. So this one is Satya. He's from React core meta team. He was working there previously. So we met him there. So we met a lot of people there and to share some knowledge and also wanted to present in our meetup. And then next is GDG Chennai. Most of you know Google Developer Fest Chennai. They have been doing conferences for more than 10 years now. So we partnered with them this year as well, 2024. And then React India. So attended React India. So we met a lot of. This one is he's a YouTuber. You might know he's a roadside coder. So we met him there, and we are planning to collaborate. We are planning to do online meetups also. So we are planning to have him in our online meetup also. Work is going on. Yeah, and then this is the online. Initially we started doing a physical meetups. Now we are
once one meetup. So this is our which is at Unique. Once one meetup. So this is our which is at Unique. We almost crossed like 500 plus registration that time, and we got like whole strength of almost 221, if I'm not wrong. So this is the crowd.
Global Freelancing Festival as well that happened on Jan this year, and this is our anniversary meetup. So it's here, and this is our anniversary meetup. So it's been 1 year.
So he's a movie enthusiast, and when he's not coding, he goes on long bike drives, and also he hits the gym. So let's give it up to Uday Prakasha. Come on, guys.
Hey everyone, web app into a PWA, which actually enhanced 30%. We can see the user engagement has been increased. And I also worked on integrating Twilio to send out SMS notifications. You can find other key achievements here. Moving on to the sponsor. We are the sponsor. I work in this company for the past 7 years, by the way. So you can ask me why do you work in this company? I'll tell you a few points. That for a very long time. So Full Creative is a SaaS product company. So it's based out of Portland, Oregon, and we are the business who wanted to make a change in the world. How do we make a change in the world? We wanted the world to work from anywhere, and the goal is to connect people and connecting customers to clients. So the tools that we actually help the go and to help achieve the goal, we have tools that we have built. Sorry. Yeah. So the products. And I'll explain more later about this product. And Answer Connect, which is our biggest answering brand, the other services that you see in the screen that cater to different niche industries. And to start with, the values that help us to work anywhere. That's to start. Learning is what you do every day, right? So if you don't keep yourself updated, then the world leaves you behind. That's what I said earlier. And so we have a learning platform, by the way, so which is called AdaptiveView. You can find it online as well. We have a commitment to continuous learning and upskilling. So we, as a fellow peers, if they find something useful, they just put it inside this platform. I mean, they copy the respective links and put it in this platform where I can learn and keep myself up to date. I also, if I find something useful, I just put it here, and we have a commitment towards learning 150 minutes every week. And at Full, we don't just stop with learning. We also experiment with what we learn. By the way, the interesting finds that you have, there are no red tapes to it. You have conversations with your team members, the stakeholders, and then your sensible ideas can be built as an MVP, and then you have the liberty to try. Even if you fail, there is no repercussions. And finally, the engineering excellence. The engineering team is located in Chennai, by the way. And as an org, we believe we need to provide best quality in terms of products and services, and we don't have any compromises anywhere. We follow the industry standards. We practice regular code reviews, pair programming, and meeting our customers to see the world from their point of view. Yeah. Finally, at Full, people are core of our org. Taking care of people means taking care of our planet too, right? So from planting trees to reducing unnecessary commute, that's our goal. Work from anywhere. So we try everything to give back to the community. So for every employee that we have and for every customer that we get, we plant a tree for them. So we planted over 1.7 million trees till today. Okay, so you heard the stories about the experience that I have with Full, the learning that keeps me going, and I'm here because of the opportunities that the Full Creative provided to me. So it's not that what you just live with what you get, but you make a life when you give to someone, right? You have to give it back to the community, which we started from here. Okay, let's get back to the business of Full Creative. So I'm going to start with explaining you how we cut the costs how we after a reversal build with building a scheduling app that requires a booking page, by the way, to share it with our clients. Okay. So that's the calendar another app. I'll just show you a quick sneak peek of step mode. Okay. So this is my account in step mode. You can sign up for free, by the way. So what this offers is a solution for the barber shops. Even if you're a developer, you can sign up and then you provide your freelancing services on Setmore. That is also possible with Setmore. You can get customizable booking pages. What do you mean by customizable booking page? So you just say like what are the services that you provide and how much do you ask for it. You can also integrate multiple payments, integrations by the way, and you can customize how your booking page should look, and then you will get a site, by the way. So this is my booking page. So where you can see that whatever the service pulls these information and then delivers to you. Now hope you got the context, what the booking page is all about. I'm just going to move forward to show you what's in store. So we started to build this new booking page app, which actually has 10 different microservices that we have to communicate to get the data, and then we need to render the page, right? So there were a few attempts that we made, a few solutions that we started with, and then we found some problems. I wouldn't call this a problem, challenges by the way. So we faced some challenges and then how we overcome. I'm going to show you that. Okay. So I call it the landing page is a nightmare. You saw that page, right? That pulls almost 10 different REST APIs to get the information, and it has to load very fast, right? That's what we started as. That's the expectation that we got from the stakeholders. So we checked, and then the REST APIs that we use are waterfall model. Like you wait for one response, and then you hit the next API. You wait for it, and next API. Right? So that's the sequential calls that we have to make, and we have to wait for at least 800 milliseconds. This is the minimum, and there are millions of requests. So the booking page that we have is almost receiving 13 million requests per day, and it is being used by the end users to schedule appointments with the businesses. Okay, so how many of you know about TTFB? So do you know what that is for?
Basically, the request goes and comes back. The interaction between the client to server.
Yeah, you got it right. So that's what it is all about. So PTFP is a metric that we measure the request, how much time the response takes to deliver to the browser. That's the time to first byte metric. So these are the snap from WebDAV. So if your time to first byte is within 800 milliseconds, you're good. If it's more than that, you need improvement. If it is more than 1,800 milliseconds, then it's poor. Then, so as I said, if you are a freelancer, if someone searches for you, they need to find you on online, right? So the booking pages should be available in the search engines. So we need to make it SEO friendly, which has to server render. And we have to make sure that the costs are under control, especially when it is at scale. Okay, so I talked about the problems, hope you understood what are the problems that we have. And our first attempt was to make use of the ISR, the incremental static regeneration, which Vercel plus Next.js. If you use Vercel plus Next.js, you can actually revalidate your page for a timestamp that you can provide. So when you use get static props, that's the method. And along with it, if you put a revalidate key, that can take us seconds, by the way. So if you put 10 seconds, every 10 seconds, this page will, revalidate in the background. So it was lightning fast for the end users. All was good, because when you hit the 10 different APIs, wait for it, it is built, and then it is cached in the user's edge. Vercel does this edge caching, by the way. Edge is something that, which is closer to the user, right? So it was very fast, and this is the architecture of the ISR. So what happens is our upstream services are hosted in Google Cloud Platform, and so whenever a user requests, if the page is available in the edge, it will be provided to the user immediately. Whereas if it is not available, the ISR will keep in, it will build the page and then put it in the CDN. So user will be able to use it. But what happens when I want to change data in the page? Say user updated a service, they updated the cards, they wanted it to be reflected immediately, right? So they provide Vercel provides a revalidation hook which you can use to revalidate the page. So whenever the data changes, you have to call the revalidation hook, then ISR will kick in, it will compute the SSR and put it in the CN. So this is how our architecture, so with the help of ISR, we were able to achieve that. So I'll just show you quickly in action. So I just built a demo app. So here is the app that gets the posts from different users. It waits for the first user and gets the post, and it waits for the second user and gets the post, and collates it and then put it as a. This is to explain the waterfall model. So now if I reload the page. So it is. You can see that Vercel cache has been hit, and then we got a response. Now it says it's stale. So there is this concept of stale while revalidate. That's the caching mechanism which Vercel follows, by the way. So now when the user hits this page, they found that the page is stale. They don't want the user to wait. They provided with the stale information, but in the background, the revalidation happens, and then we get an up-to-date page. So that's what happens in the background. So the page is ready for the next user. So that's how Vercel does this, process of ISR. So you can see that the revalidation is complete, and it just takes 30 milliseconds before it takes 300 milliseconds, right? Okay, so everything is good, right? What's the problem? Any guesses? Ours is a dynamic app. We provide a custom domain for each and every customer, and it generates the page for them with the services that they provide and all the other data. Thank you so much.
In ISR, do you have to reload to get the latest update, or will it?
You have to reload. It doesn't do an automatic reload. So what I mean is, what do you think? So you guys have IT team, right? They will reach out to you whenever your cloud costs increases, or they see if that is going to increase. Did you ever have a chat with them? Anyone had a chat with IT team, to reduce their cloud costs? Right. Most of us, I would say, because whenever you try to consume the cloud. We got a message from our IT team. They said that your cost will go to $25,000 every month, and if we would have continued that, God knows how much dollars we would have been paying for this, cloud. That was it, by the way. And then we started debugging because started the rollout. We found that okay, we are going to hit $25,000 every month. Then it was calculated, and then we gathered. We did war rooms, by the way. We call it in our company. So we sit and try to debug what's the problem. So now there is something called wall clock billing. I hope everyone would have aware of it. But if not, that's something that it's not for the compute that you pay. You pay for say the request hit the server, and it processes it and it sends the response. Right? It might take some time to boot. For all these, you have to pay. That's called wall clock billing. And as I said, right, so we use revalidation hook. Whenever the data changes, we receive a hook, and if there is high traffic, then the revalidation is going to keep on going, right? And we have, if you see the page, as I said, the users will be able to schedule an appointment. So there are multiple steps. You can provide your working hours, and the user can pick a slot. They can use any social logins to book an appointment. So all these pages, uses page props to build this. So now we are fetching duplicate data, right? So each and every page requires what's the company name and what's the meeting, everything. We need to know those informations. So those are all duplicate information that we fetch again and again. Right, so this is the old way. So we use get static prop plus ISR. So static HTML is generated and it's available in the CN. Okay, so that's when people in our company ask this question: why do we need to cache the HTML? Why not the data? Right? If you cache the data and put it inside in the edge, it will be easy, right? So we started pondering on this idea, and then we built a response cache system where what it does, we use server-side props because we are in page router, by the way. So in your app router, you specify the revalidate key. That makes the difference, right? Whether you wanted to use the static or the server-side props. Now we have this Redis and we cache data at the edge. It is nothing but we put the Redis near to the app. So it will be even more faster. How it all fits together. So this is the architecture of our response cache system. So in place of ISR, we now use the response cache, which caches the upstream API's responses and store it in the Redis. So whenever there is a data available, it generates the page and then it delivers it to the user. And whenever the data is not available in the Redis, the response cache system will pull the information from the upstream APIs and it will update the cache. So this is where we reverse engineered Versal's way. When a user finds the stale information, so whenever we put the data inside Redis, we actually add time to live, for an hour or so, because we don't want to miss the revalidation. If we miss the revalidation, we want to have a fail-safe mechanism, right? So that's the stale information. Once the stale information is found, the data will be, sent to the computer stack and it will generate the page. User will see the stale information. So here we are using this, stale revalidate again. So in the background, the response cache system will use the GCP infra. You can ask me, why do you use GCP infra for this? Because when we were working, Versa doesn't have the background job operations. There is no runs and something is not available to Versa, right? It was a binary. And so we leverage GCP infra. We use cloud function. We use cloud task to schedule the revalidation. Why we use cloud task? Because when the revalidation is flooded, so we actually schedule a task in the cloud, Google Cloud Task. So what it will do, like if you are attempting to revalidate the same account, it will not allow you because we use this key, the task name with the same name, by the way. So it will not allow the the system will not allow to do multiple revalidations. So the revalidation request will be reduced, but still we will do the revalidation by setting the next minute for the next minute. So the revalidation kicks in, and then the response cache system will update the Redis storage. So the next user, when he requests, you will find the new information. So this is how we reverse engineer. So I'll show you another demo. So previously I have this ISR change. Now, so if you notice, like first request took 137 milliseconds, and all the other requests, how many times you reload, it will be under 50 milliseconds. This is because now the Redis stores the information and it is providing us with the data that we need for the page. Okay, this is what we understood. Storage is much cheaper, where if you want to use compute rate. So Versal will increase because we were using the Versal functions a lot to revalidate. So that has a wall-clock billing which I mentioned earlier. So this video is from syntax.com. I follow them regularly. Westbox explains what are the cheapest storages that is available, why the storage is cheaper. You can check out the video later. I'll also share the slides. Okay, so we did all this and then we started checking our solution whether it fits. So we checked the data fetch time has been reduced from 800 milliseconds to 80 milliseconds because obviously we are caching it, and the TTFB was 1 to 2 seconds, and then it got reduced to 600 milliseconds. Now we are in the good phase, and the monthly bill has been also reduced from $25,000 to $12,000. And the upstream loads, we didn't slash the cost of Versal, and also we reduced the load on upstream services by caching those information. And here comes the trade-offs. So any solutions that you pick, it will have trade-offs. One of the trade-offs is this hook dependency. So because the upstream should, we should rely on the upstream hooks whenever the data changes, which is again, we are checking like how we can, get rid of this trade-off. And will have limited debugging, because if you want to debug a Redis, right, with respect to Versal KB, you can put it inside Redis Insights. There's a tool called Redis Insights where you can just put your Redis URL, then it will show you in real time what are the data that is coming, what is the data that is available inside Redis. But if you go to GCP, you will not have this option when you are in the same network. So we have this trade-off. We will not be able to debug what was the data available at that time when the user reports an issue, right? So that's again the trade-off. So new team process. Whenever a new team member joins our team, we have to go through all these and explain them. This is how our response cache system works. So yeah, and the road ahead. So the first one is migrating from Versal to GCP. We have our own theories on this. We did have migrated from Versal to GCP, and we also reduced the cost from $12,000 to $800. Stay tuned for my next talk. I'll explain that. And the Redis memory store, we need better tooling to see debug better. And the real-time stream where we need to receive a hook that we have to solve. These are the road ahead. So before the takeaways that we got from this are like there is a thumb rule, everyone would have heard it. You should not cache your HTML. You should cache the assets, JS and CSS, right? In the user system, by the way. Likewise, I have a theory. Don't cache the HTML, cache the data. If your app is dynamic, if your Next.js app is dynamic, and still while revalidate at the data layer so that it reduces the serverless cost. Shared caching. So now we have single storage, so that will be shared across all the pages. And with infra, there is it's not never an ending process. You need to iterate to make a better platform. Any questions?
So the Redis component that you showed, like is in GCP, right? Like not Versal.
No, it's actually in Versal. We use Versal KB. Now Versal KB has been changed to Versal's marketplace where you connect with any Redis available. You can connect with Upstash or anything. Still, it was in Versal.
So under the hood, it's still Redis managed by Versal.
Correct. Yeah.
Why does trade-off between access or like for your migration from Versal to GCP? Was it trade-off for Redis memory store rather than using GCP's memory store? GCP also has a memory store.
Yeah, it does. With Versal, that's what I said. Like you put the data in the edge. If I put it in the GCP, I have to do a handshake every time, right? Then that would delay the fetch.
We limit.
We can take one more.
Yeah, we limit to one more question and then we'll complete it.
I don't have couple, but still I'll take one. This is kind of important for me.
So when you said you were cutting down the cost on Versal, is it because of the cloud functions or you are trying to minimize the cost in the upstream service, say GCP? What is the exact component?
We wanted to reduce the usage of Versal functions to do the incremental stack regeneration.
However, in the next case, you're using the revalidation loop on the Versal functions again, or
Yep.
then if the same is applied, how does that differentiate between that and this?
I didn't get that.
Okay, if you're going to use the Versal functions again, how does the process of minimizing Versal functions actually help here? Is my question.
So, with leveraging this GCP infra, right?
Yes.
So we were able to, reduce the number of revalidation hoops to start with, And as you said, yes, we are reducing the upstream calls, and we also increase the page load faster because we would not. Okay, so to answer your question, right? So there are different parts in the page, right? If I want to change one part of the page, I have to revalidate the entire page. Now I'll just change one part in the Redis, so that will be updated in the page. So I don't want to go through all the APIs again, which virtual functions will cost heavy.
Makes total sense.
Yeah.
Now I understand. So it's not about all the APIs, it's about
Yeah.
a specific API we should go.
Yeah, yeah.
Then in terms of the ISR, since you have a limited number of pages that is going to be dynamic, you are able to get it with ISR. Is that correct?
No, our complete app is dynamic, by the way.
Okay.
Because you have staff members, they will have their own booking pages. The company will have their own booking pages. There comes the Instagram streaming. We have 20 plus integrations, by the way.
Okay.
So those also adds.
Okay.
Yeah.
Since there are multiple pages, the number of ISR will also.
Exactly. Yes.
Okay.
Yes. The total number of staff members available, I have to revalidate each and every staff member's booking page.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you.
We'll take one last question. I guess somebody at the last raised their hand. If there is anything.
So your each API requires caching the data, right? So your lifespan will be in the Redis or something you are mentioning as you do. So that's why you are getting the rate and scheduling. So each, I'm not sure, maybe I'm maybe passing some.
So each and it varies between different data sets based on the data.
Yeah, I got it.
So yeah, before I end this session, I wanted to share, as I said, there is an engineering excellence that we offered, right? So it's one of our core values. So we celebrated a milestone less than a couple of weeks ago, where we migrated from a legacy architecture to a new architecture. This is our entire Chennai team and peers from outside, India. So we joined together, we celebrated the migration. And if you would like to, join our team, please scan this QR. And we have some amazing roles available. If you don't find a role now, please check back again. So we are also available in all the social media platforms. You can find us there and chat us. Thank you. You can download the slides from this QR.
So, guys, do you like this environment? So, what do you say? What do you think about this ambience here? You like it? Yeah. So, we have Sampath, development manager from Comcast, and we also have Jaga, the director of software engineering, to tell a few words about Comcast. Let's give a round of applause for him.
Good morning, everyone. So great to see you all on a Saturday morning. So happy to see you all, and we'll continue to have this that we've been having here in Comcast. We've had.
So let's go to the next speaker. He's Jagan Javid. He's the CEO of Stars. He also has a YouTube. He's an Instagram influencer. So how many of you know him? Yes. He has over 146,000 followers on Instagram. and he does tech related things, not anything else. Not so. So he has 8+ years of experience. So let's give a big round of applause for Jagan Javid. Just give us a second, guys. There are some technical glitch. So, yeah, it's done. Start.
Hello everyone, my name is Jagan Javid and I love like coding related things. Now I started like teaching for the college students and who want to learn like coding in a very easy way. Okay? So giving an example in a very easy way and all these things. So today topic is we're gonna start with Battle of React State Management Library. So nowadays you know, so picking a library is like watching which movie you have to pick in the like Netflix, right? So that's how now the world is now running now. So now here we're going to compare Zuster and Redux and Geotype. So these are the three libraries, like not top popular, but always like Redux is always, and most probably we don't need Redux for all the application and also Zuster. So this we can build the application with the help of native React content template itself, right? So with all the state management, all these things. And also this is my first tech event, and I'm a guy like with the online things and having since like COVID started. So I started with the Saudi company, and everything was in my little room and having some Discord conversation and everything like that. But now today it's like with having like these kinds of beautiful professional developers and great students. And so nervous also. I'm really sorry for doing mistakes. Like okay, so we'll start. So Battle of React State Management Library. So the first thing we all have asked ourselves, why does my state not update? So this is the first question. If you work in an application, so this always happens. And the second question, why is my reducer file bigger than my entire project? So if you think, like when it was 2018, so there is a Tankan saga, we have to write lots of boilerplate, right? So if you want to reducer and pass and dispatch, all these things. But thankfully, I believe that the e-commerce page, and there is a state. So when the state change happens, we have to show the different places. So for example, in a product page, and also the cart icon, how many products we have added, and also the cart page for the checkout and all these things. So this is why we need a state management. So first thing, we're going to look out without state management. So what is going to be without state management? I'll just show you the code. So here is the simple card, okay? So this is without state management. I'm not using any Cortex or Redux or Zuster or Zola. So just not filling the props to across all the components like this. So I just adding the add to cart, and now you can see like alpha, and we got the remove button, and also we have added another one. We can remove and we can clear. So this is very simple. So because they give the 30 minutes of time, so that's why I made like a simple application. So next time if I have some good chance for a longer time, I will give our applications and like with examples. So now here you see, so we have a data first of all. So data is very important. So I have data, and then in the app component, I just have a product list as a component and also card. So now whenever the data changes, we have to show the product list and also the card, right? So this is how we have to manage the state without using any state management. Now we have a card state here, and then add to card and remove card and clear card. So if you see, we have a state here with the use of use state, and then we are spread across the card and we put a product which is going to pass in the when we call the function. And the same for remove card. So card filter, and we're going to filter which the product is not equal to the item. And the clear card, so it is going to clear the array, complete array. So, okay. So now you see, here's the product list, and in the product list, so I get the data from my product, so the mock data, and then here I got a prop value, right? So we print the prop here. So if you see here, I gave a props here with add to cart. The function takes spread across the cart, and also we add the product to it. Now when I come back to this product list, I destructured from the add to cart here, and then we got the map, and we added the cart here and the product. Okay. So we are keep on adding like this. It's okay for like it's for 2 components or 3 components. If our app gets bigger, like with 20 components or nested components, like higher components, in that case it is not very useful, and also it is very difficult to maintain the complete code base, right? So that's why we are moving to the state management. Okay, so now, so you know now, so without state management, we have to pass props as a prop, like one component to another component, like to cache all the data. So now with the state management, this means you store the car data in one central place, and any component that needs this information can access it directly. For example, our water tank. Everyone have a water tank in our house, right? So it is in a top level. So whenever we open the tap, we're going to get the water in any room, anywhere in our house, right? So this is how basically state management works. So you're going to keep the data in one place, and we can access it directly with connecting to without like using some kinds of hooks. So now first thing we're going to start with Sustain. Okay, so it is popular, and also most probably I know everyone knows like Sustain, right? So here the code. Okay. So here is the same data. Okay, I'm using same data for all the applications. So if you see, I'll run this one. So the same application, so this is how I can able to make now because of the limited time. So we add, and adds we got added the alpha and betas, but we can able to remove and clear chat. So the same example, without now we are not going to drill the props now. So if you come back to my code base, so you can see there is a store. Okay, so this is the actual centralized place. We're going to keep all the functionalities and all the releases. Here there is no releaser for the Justin. So here is very simple. So there is how called create from the Justin. We can get from the Justin, and I'm exporting the use card store. So create, there is a special function here. This called as set, and here we can initialize our card as an empty. Then add to card, so it takes a product. So now whenever we want to update our state in the Justin, we have to call this set. Okay. Now it is going to keep back the state, and then the card, this is the state name, and then we spread across the state initially what we have, and then we have to put the product, and same for the remove from card also. So if that product ID is not equal to ID, you have to remove from that. You have to remove from that list, and then the clear card, we going to set the card array is to empty. So now, and also here is the card, and here you can see we get the card, and also here is the card, and here you can see we get the card from the state.card, and also remove card, and then we are passing like the argument here when we will be calling the function, and then clear card. So here also we got we clear the state. So now we can call it directly here. This is how Justin basically works. So so the Justin is like a lightweight hero. Okay, so we don't want to put a lot of boilerplate code like Linux and context API. Even though context API, we want to set up some boilerplate code. So what is Justin? Justin is like Linux without the headers. It is a minimalistic, fast, and scalable state management library with a simple API. So this is how Justin basically works. Okay. Then we're gonna move to the pros and cons. So here we don't have any reducer and action, and also super easy to set up. Just we have to install the Justin. Okay. Then we can create a store and we can use a create from the Justin. And whenever we want to use the hooks from anywhere in our component, we can use it directly. Okay. So there is no provider, nothing. Okay. There is no parent-children relationship. Super easy to set up and use, good for small medium apps. So if you're thinking about like an enterprise level apps, this is not good for. So if you're building like a small application, if you're like a student or want to build, want to add some project to your portfolio, this is very good to add a system. Then cons, not many developer tools as Redux. So if you take a look on Redux, we have like a developer tool. We can go like undo and we can get all the details of what we did in our state. Okay, so here there is no developer tool. And can be messy if the large app is not structured well. So we have to be very careful if you not prop. So what is Redux toolkit? So Redux toolkit is like a RTK. It's the official recommended way to write Redux code. So that's why I said Redux developers had some mercy on us because setting up on 2018 it was very confusion for every people. Those who are as a beginner, it is very hard to learn the Redux because even though React is very easy to learn how the state is like UI component is rendering, all these things. But when it's come to Redux, everyone's gonna be like scary because of the boilerplate code only, but not like the logical way. So here it simplifies the boilerplate, makes state management predictable, and works great with large-scale application. So now we take a look on Redux. So same example, sorry for the recording. And when I add the card, and we got remove and we can clear it. So if I come back to the Visual Studio, so here I got the data here. And in the store, we have to create a slice. Okay, slice is like a piece of data for piece of state for each and every layer. Okay. For example, we have like a cake for cake, vanilla, blueberry, blackberry. So each cake has different state, right? So the cooking also, and also the cleaning, all these. It's the same kind of things all works on here. So in our app, we have like a card, user, products, all these things. We can create a slice for each and every like data. For example, the card has own functionalities, and the product has own functionalities, and user has own functionalities. So now here is the example only the card. So here we want to create slice from the Redux toolkit, and we have to initially set up the card. Then the card slice takes a create slice. This is the hook, and here we have to first initially set up the reducer name. It's named like a card, and then initial state. It is like the empty array, and then the reducer. So these are the actions we're going to use in our application when we want to make changes in our UI. So here add to card, it takes a state and action. So action is nothing but whatever you're going to pass in that function calling when you dispatch it. So that is going to be like a payload in action. So here it's a state card, and I'm pushing to that in that array. So action of payload. So it's also same logic. So this is not a big logic, right? So like keep on going with the same idea only. So product ID, which is not equal to the action of payload, which I'm passing the ID here, and the clear state, it is going to clear the state card state directly with empty. So then here is the tricky part. Okay? So I want to export all the actions, and also I want to export the reducer. Okay. Now before that, we have to provide in our top level app. If not, this is going to be very messy. It's not going to work properly also. So now I get a provider from the Redux and then the store. So I'm providing the store here. Now I can able to use this action whenever we need to change the UI. So for that, we want to use dispatch. You see, when you compare it to this in a custom, this is too much volatility, right? But now, like for example, why Redux is very good for wins, like for a small case of product, because of like the RTX query. Okay, so we don't want to manually fetch the data, we don't want to manually handle the error, and also we are providing the caching also. So we can use the RTX query to do that, but if you take a look on Justin, there is also a middleware, but not good as this. Okay, so only for the state management you can use like a Justin for a smaller application. If you want to build a big application like enterprise level or some kind of complex logic component. So here there is a use dispatch. Now I dispatch from here. So whenever I want to call this function, I want to grab with the dispatch. Okay, so here's the dispatch. Now I take the add to cart and I'm passing the card. Now here's the card and it's the same. So we get the data from the state or card and also the dispatch. So here we got the remove from cart and clear cart from the store. So here we have to put the dispatch and remove from cart and product ID. So this is how it works. So I hope you understand, right? So what I mean, like with the Justin and Redex, right? So now if I come back to so here, so the pros, structure and scalable, because it is going to be like a centralized store. Whatever we going to keep the data, it is going to be centralized in the store. You can act upon add like data and actions, reduce all of the things in one place. And powerful developer tool. So you know all of these, right? Like we have a direct developer tool. So you can undo all these things, you can get the history of the data, what we did in our state, all these things, and like the code is applies. So in Jotai, so is the state management for React, it's built on top of React context and use state. So if you take a deeper look on the Jotai, it is going to be like React context and use state syntax only, and making it modern to use. So now we take a look at code. So now if I come back to the data, and here we have the data and the card store, so same kind. So we have the store and we have like a card store here, and we get the atom. So with this atom hook, we can create multiple atoms, okay? Which is not independent to one atom to another atom. So atom is just a state, okay? So in our application. So now I'm going to create an atom called cart atom. If you want to create a new atom, like you can create a product atom or user atom or whatever it is, that's not a problem. And here we can keep all the functions here. So app.dot takes the atom. So this is null is going to be initial value because we are not going to store any data here. So we're going to only read here. And it takes a get, set, and whatever the products we going to pass it in our parameters like with the function calling. So here it takes the set and here the cart atom. So okay, we are passing that. And we get the cart atom previous data. In the previous data only we have to put the product, right? So we need the still existing product what we already have here. Then we are removing from the cart atom null. This also takes the same way and filtering out with not equal to the ID of the product and the export like clear. But here is the main thing is there is no provider. Okay, same like Justin. So there is no parent to child relationship. So Jotai and Justin basically store the state directly globally. Okay, you can access anywhere in our components. So it's not going to cause any re-rendering issue. So if you are not properly optimized your next code, okay, it's going to unnecessarily render happening. You have to check it properly. If not, the app is going to be like a crash or something. Now here, if you want the use case of the state, like the function or data, so I'm going to add like it takes an add bar, okay, so you can use like a use set atom. So this is the hook. We can get any function from anywhere in our component with the help of Jotai, and we can pass the add to cart atom. So here I'm calling the function and passes the product. Then in the cart, so still the same, we get the cart from the cart atom, and we can show it up here with here if the cart print is greater than 0, show the button, if not remove it. So here remove from cart and clear cart. So here we can map this. The same thing again. So I don't want to run this again. The same application only. So now here is the. So yeah. So here's the pros. It's like a atomic state. Okay. So I told you that atomic means like it's like a breaking a state in the pieces, which is not independent of each other. Then no need for reducer or selector. Okay. So this is one of the cool things. So
vehicles that is going to happen in Tamil Nadu especially. Of course, we have Luma, Meetup, but that aren't open source, and it is not actually solving the problem of having a directory of the community meetups. So that's why we built this. We also make sure that we build this Tamil Nadu tech to make sure people or beginner in tech also can contribute to it. So that's why we still have more issues in the website. So if you have good knowledge to figure it out, just go ahead. And here there is a button called contribute. I mean, you can't see. So yeah, it's fine. Just head over to Tamil.tech in your mobiles or systems. You can see contribute button, or you can just go below and go to contribute. And this is our GitHub repo. We actually started contributing to open source for so long time as in the form of Fossility Chennai. So this Tamil.tech is especially from the product of Fossility Chennai community members and also the fellow developers United community members and more people. Yeah, this repository. I don't want to actually have a code walkthrough here. Just a simple Next.js website, and it's a static website. We just draw data from event.json. So people come and add data in the event.json, the community URL and meetup everything, and we just draft it in the website. It's just simple. So just go through your code and see what issues we have. We have a lot of issues here. And so if you are free to contribute, please do contribute. And I also want to give a little shout out to Justin, my fellow developer of Chennai, and also few core contributors like Harish. Can you raise your hand, Harish? Yeah, he is at the back. He actually has to occupy. And also, you please contribute to Tamil.tech. If you find any events or happening around your tech domain or your friends circle, just please head out to event.json. So I guess just a regular structure. So you go to source data and here is event.json. So head out to event.json and make a contribution with your event name, description and everything, and make a pull request. And once your pull request is accepted, your event will be shown in the Tamil.tech. And yeah, also shout out to the next coming meetup, Chennai React Anniversary Mega Meetup, which is happening right now, and the Global AI Bootcamp. This is also happening right now at St. Joseph College, and Kubernetes Community Days Chennai. We have been also having some more events, but there are no contributors who added the events. So if you know any events upcoming or this one's happening, please feel free to contribute. Thank you.
Next we have Naveen MC, and he has contributed to a project called Frappe React. So over to Naveen MC. Let's give a round of applause to him.
So, hello everyone. My name is Naveen. I'm from Tangasco. And for the FOSS Act 2025, we built component library. We are still building component library. But the Frappe UI, actually, they will go ahead and create with the Vue.js components. So that's what they will do. So every Frappe UI thing is built on Vue.js. So they are not actively contributing to the React ecosystem like the component library or something. So we went ahead and created a component library for based on the Espresso design system, because in our campus, in our company, we are the people who are designing for the Frappe itself. So I went ahead with my team and created this component library called Frappe UI React. It's built during the FOSS hack in the 36 hours hackathon. So you can go to this URL Frappe UI React, and I'm happy to share it. We went ahead and built these components in the hackathon itself. We also went one step further and built it for React Native as well. Right now, this won't work here because we didn't optimize due to time constraints. You can go ahead to this URL and see the component library. You can use it. The thing is, this is 100% Shadcin compatible. So right now, people are building, directly go ahead and use these Shadcin components, right? So we make sure these components work along with the Shadcin and CLI. As you can see, what makes it different is the detailing. If you press some button, it will actually hold, like it will actually act like how you press the button. Once you press it, it will hold. this won't happen in chassis now. So we made lots of detailing in here in these components, and in the avatar we managed to have the status indicators and stuff like that. So it's still under decision. I think on March 20th they will announce the results for that. After that we will actively work on this project. So if you want to contribute, that's the GitHub link. You can go ahead and contribute to it. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, so now I invite Sanjay Sagar for the project Triple Cubes. Over to Sanjay. Let's give a round of applause for Sanjay. Okay, come on. I know you're hungry, but
hello everyone. So I'm Rohit and this is my colleague Sanjay, and we have other two mates here, Darshan and Delhi. So we're just a bunch of college students and we were working on more projects, and that's when we found this thing that people, they usually spend more time, at least our fellow mates, they were spending more time on setting up the developer environment than actually coding it. We could just see they were spending more time on setting up the environment for a project. Let's say they are working on multiple projects, they have to, for each time, they have to spend more time on setting up the environment. A developer space, a workspace, they have to work on it to set it. So that's where our project comes in. We provide pre-built workspaces where you just come in, deploy a box, and you can work on it. We have already coded it for you. We have already set up, the setup is already done. That's what we are just trying to say. So, how does it work? As I said, we have pre-built containers, reusable environments. Also, we have this plugins, we all know, right? So we have gears, we call it gears, and this is where it gets interesting that even you could contribute to it. Even you could make gears and help us, and we need help actually. So we need more people to work with us. And how do we stand out? Our competition, how do we stand out? We have project ideas, we have DevPod, we have GitHub code spaces, and still we just rely on the people who are going to work with us. We just want more contributors who would make interesting gears that will help our project. And my friend Sanjay will show you a demo on our product.
Actually, you can set up. It's more like GitHub. You can set up your environment once, and you can commit your environment like stages. So you can reuse your own environment in some other products too. So
sorry about it again. Few minutes. As this is our first meet, so we'll be just messing so much, but still bear with us. So this is our project, and if you are interested, you can check out our website, which is www.doublespace.com. Do check it out. Follow us on our socials. We need more contributors. Thank you.
So guys, the lunch has not come. So we'll have one more session. But before that, I'd like to invite Naveen to speak about this open source project. That's me. So I'm also doing a project. It's called Even. I'm trying to build tooling for the WebSocket protocol. So if anybody is interested to contribute, you can also come forward and contribute my own project. But the front end, you can plug in like any JS framework. You can have React, you can have Vue.js, you can have any JS framework as a front end. You can connect it to your REST backend. The main advantage is it's very light and it also consumes very less memory. So this until then, yeah, it's ready. Woo!
But wait, there is one more thing about Jagdish. When he's not building web application, you can see him on the sky because he's also a certified paraglide pilot. Over to you, Jagdish.
Hi everyone. Vanakkam Chennai here. My name is Jagdish. I want to clarify two things first. I do not fly when I am not building anything because one, it is very expensive and I can't like fly on my own ground people to guide me. So just want to make the clarification. Okay. On the screen other than this?
Yep.
Just this? Oh.
No, I meant there was a photo of yours and Vanakkam Chennai we saw it.
Okay. I was wondering why you guys didn't react. Now I'm even more sad. This person mentioned is an alternative for Electron, and he kind of went through like half of my slide. But still, before getting into the agenda, I would like to set some expectations. These are not my expectations; rather, I would set some expectations for you. You probably have seen the title and maybe Googled a bit, Tauri in 100 seconds. I did that too. So you are not going to be an expert in Tauri by the end of the day. You are not going to learn Rust. I don't think you will have a significant percentage of improvement in your skill set, but it does not happen that way, right? It doesn't work that way. So please don't expect to go home and build something that will make you millions tonight. But rather, my idea is to give you an introduction about what is a cross-functional app and what is Electron and why we are talking about Dowry, and maybe an example. That depends on the time. But yeah, so this is the agenda. We are going to discuss a little bit about cross-platform apps. And I want to talk about Electron because when we talk about desktop apps using JavaScript, Electron is probably the only framework we all know. And then a little bit idea about Dowry and why it is a good alternative. And we'll talk about what makes Dowry. So that would be WebView, and that it will have a single code base. But so far, it is very, very rare that there is one code base which can run everywhere. For example, you can say React and React Native, but they are not probably single code base, right? They will be having sharing common code, but still you have two code bases. Let's say that people are writing some application for Windows, they will be writing it with .NET, but you cannot write it or use the same code for macOS. So you'll be writing it in either Objective-C or Swift or something like that. So cross-platform apps are written in a single code base, maybe made some modification and then deployed into multiple places. And very, very interestingly, JavaScript is mostly the language. And I believe that is the reason why cross-platform apps are getting very popular, because JavaScript, and they don't want to build their application twice. So to call a particular app as a cross-platform app, there are few characteristics. So there is only one code base. For example, if you have seen Slack, you probably may not have seen the code base because it is private, but this is how it works. So you use Slack application, which is an Electron application. The parent code base will be the Electron code base, which will be integration. And obviously it's cost efficient. Because you don't have to hire 3 or 4 developers with 3 or 4 technologies. You just hire a single JavaScript developer and force that person to do everything. Yes, it has a wider market reach because it is basically, and it's very, very easy to maintain and deliver the update. So building an application is one thing, but you will be continuously upgrading it. Let's say that you have 2 or 3 change, you will make the change thrice. You will test that thrice. Your QA will kill you thrice. And then that will go on and on. So apart from this code, I think another reason why it's popular is JavaScript developers are everywhere. I mean, like, look at you guys. And you guys, including me, are the main reason why these type of apps are popular, because we already know the language and we have a framework, so why not make applications, right? Yes. And yeah, here is Electron. I failed to notice, but how many people have used Electron just quickly? Okay, not a lot. Very good, please keep it that way. Or maybe not, just joking, because Electron is my bread and butter, so I cannot say that. Or maybe I can say that and cut out my competition. So yes, simply put, Electron is a cross-platform desktop application development framework. It is not that complicated. So simply put, Electron is a framework that comes bundled with your Chrome browser as well as your Node environment. So what happens is, let's say that you are developing an application today and you are testing it in all the major browsers and it works. And tomorrow it fails because Chrome pushed an update and it's breaking your application. Or in backend, you are updating your node for some other reason, let's say to clear your technical debts, and then your application is breaking. That will never happen in Electron because Electron ships with inbuilt Node and inbuilt Chromium, and you can select the version, and it will never change unless you decide to update it. And this is the biggest strength of Electron. And yes, like I mentioned, it has Chromium on the WebView or the top layer, and you have the Node. And yes, like we talked multiple times, a lot of this is a very, very famous meme. People create desktop applications, and this is also the reason why Electron receives a lot of hate. Electron is popularly known as the browser that you never close, because you open accidentally, but you never close. Like, how many of you guys have closed your Slack? Not even on Fridays. And there are like a lot of problems, right? So it eats your RAM. Like all of the resources will be contributed to the apps that are running Electron. Actually, I can show you. Let's is it visible? Yeah, activity monitor. Okay, so let's search for cursor. So I'm just running one application, and I don't know what all these processes are doing. And if, let's say, I'm opening Figma. So, okay, there are so many processes running, but let me open and try something. You can see that it shoots up to 64%. 64% of your precious computer's memory is used by this single application. And this is one more reason why people really absolutely hate Electron. And I think that is the reason why everybody wanted an alternative, and we have this alternative. Oh yes, an Electron app is not truly native, because your Electron app, end of the day, is just a browser. Forgive me for saying just a browser, but that is the truth. And talking about Tauri, I have covered this before, but yes, it is another framework for creating cross-platform apps, but it is lightweight. If you write a hello world code in Electron, it will compile or it will package to a 200 MB file. So if you do the same in Tauri, it will be 10 MB. I mean, yes, you don't need a 10 MB file for hello world, but you can do a lot more. And that is the main USP of Tauri. And the second thing is, it is built with Rust. So Rust, we are not going to talk much about Rust, but Rust is a modern programming language which compiles into a language that your system understands. Meaning, when in Electron we are using Node, which is basically a JavaScript environment, but Rust compiles to your system code. So there is a very deeper and tighter integration, and it makes it really fast because of the fact that your Tauri app on and AppFlowy and Sidekick are some of the famous apps that adapted Tauri in the beginning, and they have a good portfolio. I can't call it portfolio, but they are kind of portfolio for Tauri. Okay, this is the probably this is the only important thing that you may want to understand from this talk. This is how Tauri works. Remember, I said Electron works because there's a Chromium and a node. Tauri works because there's a web view. The UI is powered by WebView and the backend is powered by Rust. WebView is your operating system's native browser. If you open a link from your applications, any of your apps in your phone, it doesn't open in Chrome, right? It opens in a kind of a minimalistic browser with the X on the top. Like, can you understand what I'm trying to say? That is a web view for your Android. Similarly, every operating system will have a web view. For example, I'm using Mac, and my web view is basically that one of Safari's. I think Windows will use something which is similar to Edge. This is an advantage because you don't have to ship anything new. This is also a disadvantage because your browser or your application that is leveraging a lot of APIs, native APIs, will not work. For example, Chrome has come up with Google, Gemini Nano, which means you can use window.ai, and that may not be available for your Tauri app, but you can just always write a polyfill. And Rust, since it compiles to your native code, it enables direct system access. It has better security. When I say better security, I want to emphasize a little bit on top of that. The best thing about creating a Tauri app is you don't have to expose everything. You are in strict control. You can tell what are the APIs that your app can use. And since it compiles to native code, nobody can open and read your source code, which is very much possible in Electron. So, and we discussed this before, why Tauri is better. The app size is smaller, it consumes less RAM, and the security is good. And since it compares your native code, you have a really good integration. Yes, so WebView is your operating system's default UI component, and using WebView means you don't be adding any more extra layer to your application, and that makes the whole thing easier and smaller. Now you should be asking this question, which is, what's the catch? I mean, if this is happening, why is not Electron using it? If you are saying that this is so good and less memory is consumed, this is the reason. With Electron, you have the power of both Node and Chromium in your hands. The only problem is RAM consumption and size consumption. So you can't do file system access, you can't use your keyboard by native, and there are like limitations in terms of accessing your camera, accessing your microphone, and yeah, things like that. The advantage is, if you require one of these things, you can always write a polyfill, or you can make use of it like it. And this is the second part where we have Rust. Rust, what happens is just a high-level programming language. When you compile it, it compiles to native code, which is very similar to your C or C++. So it is basically a machine code which is very faster because there is no need of any in-between assembler or compiler or like transpiler. And yeah, like we can talk about a couple of things, like it has a good garbage collector compared to JavaScript, and the memory leaks and securities are like fixed by default. You don't have to do anything extra. And why is Rust used in Tauri is to handle or talk to any of the OS related communications, and that is done using something called IPC, which is inter-process communication. So IPC is a very common term. It is not just native to Tauri. It is there in Electron. It is probably there everywhere. If you build a system of yours which requires you to talk to two different modules, you can name it IPC. So, and this is high-level architecture that I took out of the internet. This basically covers everything. So we have WebView on top of our Tauri, and then model is just your whatever framework that you are using. So it can refer to your state, and even there's like your keyboard clicks, your mouse clicks, or mouse scroll, whatever. And then there comes IPC, which is also called invoke in Tauri. So it gives you or sends message to and from the Rust module. So we will have again context event is a similar thing, and we have an inbuilt store. So this is how Electron also works, but they come with more APIs which Tauri do not have. Talking about APIs, here are some of the APIs. I have divided that into 4 or 5, I don't remember. This is not an official classification, but let's quickly browse through, because these are like high-level APIs that we can use. Like you use the app API to get information about your application, like its size, its position, or is it on the top, is not having a frame. And then OS is to get OS details, like is it a Mac, is it a Windows, where should be the system tray set, things like that. And then path is similar to the node path that we use. And FS is file system, which is used to handle files. And yes, process and shell, I don't think it needs an explanation. So we can spawn process and we can run shell commands. Okay, here are the my favorite. So you can trigger a native system dialog. You can trigger a native notification, something like, if you're using Slack, you get a notification on the side of the day, right? That annoying notification you can create using Tauri. And yes, you can always get information about your window. And yeah, there are global shortcuts. You can listen for events, global events. You can make HTTP calls, and you can make use of other items, like you can access the clipboard, and then there is an operator. So all of them are bundled under the Tauri code. Now, I don't have time to make a simple app, but I will show you how you can create a simple Tauri app. And I want to say this, that this is kind of a niche area. So are you guys comfortable? Are you guys okay? Because looking at your face, it doesn't seem that way. This is going to take a little bit of time, so because I'm going to create a new Tauri app. So if you guys have any questions, we can have like 2 or 3. So any?
How does it actually compare with Wales?
I'm sorry.
How does it actually compare with Wales?
Okay, so why I don't know how it can compare with Wave. So
Wales.
sorry.
It's also a cross-platform desktop application framework, but it uses Golang instead of Rust.
Okay. I do not know because I do not know about this Wave thing, but
Okay.
you mentioned Golang, so
Yeah.
it has to be completely different. I am focused on Tauri and Electron because it uses JavaScript and TypeScript, which is something that as a front-end developer I am very much used to. So I think basically that is the difference.
Yeah. I have used both Tauri and Wales, and I find Wales to be more convenient to use because the build time is much more smaller despite the build size being bigger than Tauri. And it was much more easier to scaffold a project with Wales than in Tauri. I was trying to set up a template using Alpine and FastAPI sidecar, and it took around like 9 to 10 hours because of the V2 API changes in Tauri. So I just wanted to know what kind of an experience you have with using Wales and Tauri, if you have used Wales, that is.
Okay, I have not used the other framework, but I can totally feel you when you said you are using V2. That is not just you, so many people have faced this because V1 and V2 are completely different. So, to give a context to everybody, Tauri's latest version is V2, which is very new and completely different from how V1 was used. I think that is the reason why you had problems setting up.
Yeah, the previous template wasn't working and I had to make it work, and the sidecar wasn't very reliable when I tried to migrate it from V1 to V2. So that's about it. I just wanted to ask if you had any kind of issues while migrating from V1 to V2 and how it compares with V1.
I agree with you. It was really a pain migrating from V1 to V2. I personally have not done that. I tried. So whatever apps I had in V1, they are remaining in V1, and whatever apps that I am creating newly, they are in V2. But I would like to say that this is how you scaffold a Tauri app, and this is not going to take a lot of time. Like, I'm a little bit hurt when you said that you did not think that Tauri is easy to scaffold. So to answer your question as well as the demo, let's have a look at this. So we have a command, which is Tauri, create Tauri app. This is very similar to CRA, which is create React app. And yeah, scaffolding is very simple. You run the command and then you use identifier. You choose what you want to build, TypeScript or JavaScript. I go with TypeScript. And then your package manager, if you want to use any of your frameworks, so we choose React because React Meetup. And UFP is TypeScript, and then we are done. So what we need to do is go inside, run the install command, and I don't know, run the Tauri. So I don't mean to go against you, but honestly, configuring Tauri and scaffolding is very easy. But I agree that upgrading from V1 to V2 is a pain. A lot of developers are complaining. I don't know what else to say. I am biased to Tauri and really sorry.
I have actually used Create Tauri app for creating an application, and I was using Next.js. So I had to like search for another template. But the thing is, a lot of templates are available only for V1, so I had to do it from scratch, and that was the thing that was really hard. And I was doing it kind of for a niche framework. I don't know if many people would have even heard of it, but it's called Alpine.js. So setting up for that one was kind of hassle.
Okay, to answer your question, please don't get me wrong. But when you choose your framework, we always know why we are choosing that framework. Next.js is popular for being a website which is rendered in a server and has good SEO capabilities. I think that is the reason why Tauri do not have a template. Maybe it is coming soon. But to answer this question, you can set up any type of React template, right? Like you can simply start a CRA and then convert it into Next.js. So instead of thinking that I want to have a Next.js related app, but I want to have a single command to run a Next.js inside my Tauri is probably, what's the right word? Aiming really high, which is a good thing, but we don't have it now, so you can still go and set it up on your own. Like for example, there is no out of the box support for Tailwind, but we can set it up on our own. So I think that is very much possible, but I agree and I share your pain. Converting from V1 to V2 is very, very difficult. So I always don't do that.
Yeah, because of using Next.js, I had to realize that, oh my god, I'm using SSR instead of SSD because SSR doesn't work on Tauri. So I have
Yes.
to, yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you. I think, oh wait. Oh, yeah.
You're already.
Okay, so I'm going to quickly show what is happening in the view. This is how you create a Tauri app. I think it is going to take some time. So yes, we can take one more question in between. Yes, sir.
Electron is really bad for memory management and everything. Plus, basic communication is also like Electron is really bad with memory management as we know, and plus the IPC communication is also kind of like takes a toll when you are creating certain like messaging application or something like that, right? How does Tauri in terms of performance based on that, like compared to like Electron?
Okay, starting with an apology once again, sorry for going against you. I really don't believe IPC is a pain point. You can actually scaffold it in a way that you just use a simple command to do that. It is all about giving you flexibility. So if you want to use the APIs out of the box, it can be a bit confusing. Like it will be difficult to understand where we are receiving, where we are sending, which one is asynchronous. But you can write a simple wrapper function on top of the existing APIs, and you can do that. The reason I am saying this is pretty much the same in Tauri, but it is even more simplified. We just call this function, call this model called invoke, and we use that to get and set. I will show an example. So there is no difference. It is very, very simple. But I think like we are so used to the hooks and everything, we want everything structured, which is a good thing. But I think the idea people of these people building this framework is to give everything in our hands, so we can like write our own way of dealing with it. I will later share a link tree and I will update a GitHub repo to it. So it is actually an Electron starter that I personally use. It is like built over a period of 3 years. It has really good IPC protocols, and you just download it, put it into your cursor, and ask for documentation. It should be easy. But yeah, I don't think Tauri offers IPC in any way different. It just simplifies it. So yeah, that's it. And this is how a simple Tauri React app will look. And yeah, I type something and let's say Chennai, and it says hello Chennai. You can get it from this. The reason is the input I gave has been sent to Rust backend via the invoke API, and from invoke API it is being sent to the front end. I mean, the Goramute would have been there, but I don't know how else to explain this. So I will quickly show the code, but I will show a different code base because I also have another example for you. Here it is. No, it is not. Yeah. Okay. An ideal React and Tauri application code base will look like this. So you will have a public folder. We know what a public folder is. And then there is source folder and source story folder. Source folder is where my React code is sitting, and I'm sorry, I'm doing this. Okay. And we have source story where the Rust code is sitting. We have main.rs, which is like an entry point. This is very similar to the node entry point, which is main.ts in Electron. And here we just run the code. And inside live, I have certain commands. So what I have done here is, let me show this. Okay, so what I actually wanted to do was to build a simple clipboard manager, but yeah, in view of time, I will only show a demo. What I have with me is a clipboard manager. You can see the last item that I copied. So when you copy something, your clipboard will hold only that particular text, right? Do I have anything damaged? No. Okay. So sometimes I copy something, let's say from ChatGPT, and when I'm switching windows, I will see, I don't know, YouTube, and then I'll search something, typically ADHD things. But I have this need where I wanted to save my items, and here is a very simple implementation. So what it has is, anytime that I copy some items, let's say I'm copying this, I'm going to use this in my ChatGPT. So I'm scrolling, but then I see Figma, and then I think, oh, I should copy this. And my text that I copied previously is not lost because it is here. Oh, it is not here. No. No, sorry. I did not copy that. So yeah, if I copy this, it is here. So yeah, what happens here is, Tauri allows us to bind with global events, so or global clipboard. So every time something is copied to my clipboard, it sends a message to my React app. So that is happening here. I have defined two functions. One is get clipboard text, and the other one is set clipboard text. So anytime that when I am getting a change in clipboard, this function will give it to the React app, and it saves in local storage, and it keeps it here. So let's say I forgot what I want to copy, but I can still filter, and let's say that I'm copying this. So my last copied item is something else, but here I have copied something from my clipboard manager, and I go here and I can paste this. So this way I will have a track of everything that I have copied, and not only that, I can search, and I have certain items like I have copied some keys or some private messages from my chat, and I want to clear, I can still clear it. And it will be interesting to know, this is kind of surprising, like it is not completely clear, so I'm clearing it again. It is not completely clear because your clipboard always has something. So this is not a bug, this is a feature. Okay. So yes, this just have two functions. One is get clipboard and set clipboard. And here I have the invoke handler, which will tell the Tauri application that I will be able to send and receive these two messages. So if I open my React code, I am only going to show you this. So these are like typical React things, nothing different. But here I have this function which will check for clipboard when it is loaded by sending get clipboard text. So this will receive the clipboard item from the Tauri application. And then here, when I click something, when I click on any items, did I show? Yeah, if I click on something, it will copy the text, right? So that is happening here. And that's it. And handle clear is a local function that you know of. And the idea is to demonstrate that how easily you can build an application which can also talk to your OS. Like as a front-end developer, as a JavaScript developer, you are not limited to just web. Like you can totally break out of that idea. You can build anything. Like we already know that we can use React Native and Flutter kind of apps. Sorry, not Flutter. React Native to build mobile apps, but this is something that you can leverage your existing skill set and I don't know, make some money. So yeah, that's about it. Okay, I was really worried that I'll be using a lot of time. I don't want to do that. And yeah, that's it. I don't have anything after that. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer.
So I have a question on the part where you explained about all the communication flows through the trust. So every request that is, whether it is keyboard or whatever the API call, or API call will eventually happen in the React application. How does this process happens? Or when you said you have the Rust code that is going to perform it, how does this process gets? How does the entire process gets completed?
Okay, if I understood the question correctly, you are asking how are all the keyboard, mouse / events are made available to Rust?
Correct. No, not to Rust. How does the communication flows through the Rust to React application?
Okay, so IPC is a very generic name for this type of configuration. So let's take example of Node and Chromium. So Node is a completely different environment. Chromium is a completely different environment. They are packaged inside Electron. So Electron has internally opened a channel, and that channel is called the inter-process communication because we call it main process and renderer process. So between the two processes, there is a communication channel, and we can leverage or we can consume that channel by using certain API. Similarly, in Tauri, there is a Rust layer and there is a WebView layer, and then they are packaged in a single application, and you have an API, and that API is called Invoke API. You can call that Invoke API as a module in your React code by using your import statement. So you have access to that. In your Rust, you can again import it. In Rust, you define these are the name of the channels that I am going to use. So when you do that, React will import the same module or instance of that module, and it knows that React can make calls to this particular channels. So to make it like very simple, imagine that it is similar to PubSub. So you have a WebSocket and then you have rooms, you subscribe to the rooms. This is not the same, but this is I think a very fairly simple way of understanding it. But technically, like under the hood, it's just an API that has opened by your framework. That's as simple as that.
So everything is on Rust. Whatever the process that is going to happen with the React uses a specific API, and it's going to do that. Whatever the other requirements, let's say whatever that should be associated with the system, everything will be handled within the Rust code. If the React code has subscribed for the changes, it will get those changes over there. Could that be correct?
Your last part is, your last sentence is correct in a way, but I know this is a React meetup, that's why we are talking about React, but when you talk about similar frameworks, just forget that your front end is a black box, and imagine it is just a plain JavaScript. So as a JavaScript, as a WebView, it has access to the Invoke API. So it doesn't matter if it is React or anything. So whatever is there, they are going to have access to that. Funnily, you can still use Rust as your front end. Like you don't need any. You can simply put an icon on your system tray, and you can still build an application which does not have any UI.
Okay.
So that is also possible. But yes, so the last sentence you mentioned is how it works in at least this application.
Okay, thank you.
So hi. So my question is about the WebView. I'm working on WebView for past 10 years in multiple languages. So have you ever used WebView, Tauri WebView in mobile? Tauri has mobile option also, I guess.
So I have explored that part. If it is possible to build single code base that can be leveraged in mobile as well as desktop. It did not work for me. I also did not give a lot of attention to it because mobile was never my forte. No, I have not used it, but what's the question?
Okay, I'm doing WebView on mobiles. I do Android, iOS and React Native Flutter too. I work on WebViews. I face a lot of issues with WebView. I can't access the native things like the file system access, camera access, even the clipboard access. Yesterday I was debugging some clipboard issues with the WebView. So what are the similarly, have you faced any issues with WebView?
Yes, I have faced similar issues, but I think the idea is to predefine whether you want to use WebView or not. If I am going to use Navigator, if I am going to use camera stream, web stream, I probably will not do that. Because my native Chrome APIs, Windows APIs are very powerful, so I'm not going to compromise that because WebView is light. So I don't think that is a good idea to do that, but there has to be a polyfill that you can write, or there has to be a polyfill that you can add. I do not know, I'm only guessing.
Yeah, there is polyfills in some of the good maintained WebViews, like in Android and iOS. But when it comes to React Native, it's like a crap. Doesn't support me.
Understandable. I know you are not asking for advice, but if I am to give, please don't be so platform dependent. Choose your platform based on your needs.
Actually, I do need all the platforms. I am creating SDKs in all the platforms.
Okay, I don't think I am probably the right person to answer. But good luck on your mission. Thank you. Okay, just few quick things. This is a link. I will be updating the GitHub link to the demo I showed, and also link to this presentation. So if you guys want to forget, put a star, buy me a coffee, feel free to do so. Thank you so much. Thanks for the organizing team. It's been a real pleasure. Thank you so much, and have a nice day.
A big thanks to Jagdish for your insightful session, and your expertise and experience truly shed lights on how to build cross-platform applications. Okay, now time to felicitate our first half speakers. I would like to call for felicitating Jagdish. Would like to call Nikhil to felicitate Jagan Javed.
Nikhil.
Now over to Surya to felicitate Uday Prakasha.
Hey everyone, I just missed to say a thank you. By the way, that's how I should have ended it. If someone told me that I would have, you would do a talk after 7 years, I would have not believed them, and it was my start of my career, So, but today I'm here because of one person, Satya Gunasekharan. I know you. A lot of people would have met him. I met him in Goa, by the way, the React India conference. I was talking to him. He was very kind, generous. You will not find a person in that position, ask you what you do in your everyday life. I get goosebumps, by the way, when I talk about that. So he asked me things, what I do. I explained him. Then he asked me, why not you share that to people? So that's when I decided, okay, I should do that. Then he introduced me, Nikhil. He's a very great man, by the way, really. He was very kind, and then, he approached me, would you like to give a talk? And then I shared him the details. He invited me here. I'm talking here because of Satya and Nikhil. Thanks to both of them, by the way. Thank you.
So now we invite
Heyman. Just back for a couple of minutes. The lunch is almost there. He just wants to give a shout out to JS Lovers event, which is going to happen soon. So, over to Heyman. Yeah, just a second.
So hi guys, I'm Heyman from JS Lovers. I'm Heyman from JS Lovers. If you don't know, JS Lovers is an all India JavaScript community. We do meetups like every couple of months, and JS Lovers turned 10 this year, and we are happy to celebrate it. And we are also like doing a full day event in Food coming April 5th. And this is not going to be just some talks. There are some fun activities we are planning. I think you want to miss that. So please do register and visit.
So now it's time for lunch. We'll have 1 hour lunch break, and we also have a photo booth to your left hand side. We also have a Chennai React volunteer named Parthen. We can actually take the photos for you, and you can also post it in LinkedIn with the hashtag Chennai React 2025 and also tag us at Chennai React. And if you have ordered your t-shirts, you can collect it in the registration desk. And also, yeah, it'll be a 1 hour lunch break. So make sure you're ready by 2:30. Is it fine for everyone? 2:30 should be fine, right? Yep. Yeah, and also the photo booth is kind of fragile, so make sure when you're going near that, you're careful. Done. We'll break for lunch. The lunch is almost there, almost there. So you can actually network, take photos. We'll break for lunch now. Done. So did everybody like the first session? Yes. Woo!
I usually find the meetups in meetup.com. This one specifically, I think this is the only popular event which was not right. It seems to be a new one. So you are a front-end developer? Full stack. I'm from Beam Communications. I'm working remotely. Okay. So I'm primarily a back-end developer trying to expand I work in Golang Kubernetes. Oh, interesting. I really like them a lot. I wanted to learn Kubernetes just now. I should towards it. Okay. We just have some use cases or we were working with Argos. Argos, okay. That's nice. Yeah, we can. Yeah, yeah, definitely, definitely. Please feel free to reach out. Yeah, if I want something with front end, I'm a budding front end. That's it. You've got all this AI. Now, no more. I have worked with front end. The funny thing is,
Everyone, if you want to take photos, you can come to the from this side near the cafeteria side. If you want to network, you can just stay there as you are. But if you want to take photos, come here and form a line.
properties. ये लाइट एरिया है.
Hello.
இப்போ தான் எரியுது. கனெக்ட் ஆயிடுச்சு.
MacBook-ஓட இது
இன்புட் டிஃபால்ட்
அங்கே டிடெக்ட் ஆகுதா பாருங்க சிஸ்டமில்.
எங்கே ப்ரோ சிஸ்டமில் எங்க இங்கே வருமா?
USB 1 இல்லையா?
ஹலோ ஹலோ ஹலோ
மீட்டிங் இல்லை
ஓகே ஓகே ப்ரோ கரெக்டாக இருக்குது.
இது இப்போ இங்கே இருக்கட்டும்.
அது அப்படியே இருக்கட்டும். இந்த ஜூமோட திருப்பி ரீஜாயின் பண்ணிக்கலாம் பிரச்சனை இல்லை. ப்ளீஸ் என்னாச்சு?
குழப்பது வெயிட் பண்ணு.
லைவ் ஒன்று ஓடிட்டு இருக்காங்க.
ஒரு நிமிஷம்.
ஃபர்ஸ்ட் கான்ட்ரிபியூஷன்ஸ்னு ஒரு ரெப்போ பற்றி ஒருத்தங்க பேசணும்னு சொன்னாங்க. ஓப்பன் சோர்ஸ் ரெப்போ
ஃபர்ஸ்ட் கான்ட்ரிபியூஷன்
அப்படின்னு ஒரு ஓப்பன் சோர்ஸ் ரெப்போ இருக்கா. ஸோ இட் ஆக்சுவலி டெல் லைக் ஹவு டு கான்ட்ரிபியூட் ஓப்பன் சோர்ஸ்.
பிரேக் பண்ண சொல்லுவோம். அதான் மோலி செட் பண்ணுவானா?
இல்லை செட் பண்ணியாச்சு. நானும்
இப்போ வருது ஆடியோ
பேசிட்டோம். கரெக்டாக
ஆடியோ வந்து கட் ஆகுது.
ஆடியோ கரெக்டாக. ஆனால் அந்த மைக் வந்து காலரில் செட் பண்ணுவோம். வேறு எதாவது இருக்கா? அவ்வளோதானே.
வேறு குவிஸுக்கு நம்ம ப்ரிப்பேர் பண்ணோம்.
குவிஸ் யார் பண்ணுறோம்?
நானும் ஜெய் நவீன் இல்லை அவங்க 2 பண்ண சொல்லிடலாமா?
பண்ண சொல்லிடுங்க.
நீங்கள்
ஃப்ரீயாக விட்டுருங்க.
நவீன் அவன்கிட்ட கேளுங்க. நவீன் இவங்க ஜூம் கனெக்ட் பண்ணி விட்றான். ஆமாம் வந்த பண்ணலாம். ஜூம் கனெக்ட் ஆகிக்கோங்க. ஏன்னா அது வந்து எனக்கு ஸ்க்ரீன்ஷாட் ஒர்க் ஆகாது அப்படிலாம் இருக்கும். சரி பண்ணுங்க 2 பேரும். ஒரு லேப் தான்
இவங்க ஹோஸ்ட் பண்றாங்க. நாங்க ஜஸ்ட் பிரசன்ட்
சோர்ஸ் வந்து என்ன? ஹலோ
இதுலையா பார்க்கணும்?
செட்டிங்ஸ் ஆடியோ ஸ்கில்ஸ் இல்லை. யூஎஸ்பி ஆடியோ. ஓகே
தள்ளி பேசுங்க.
ஹலோ மைக் டெஸ்ட் 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3. ஆனால் ஆடியோ ஃபீடு வந்து எப்படி இருக்குன்னு பார்க்கணும். அதை மட்டும் செக் பண்ண முடியுமா? ஆடியோ ஃபீட் மட்டும் எப்படி இருக்குன்னு பார்க்கணும். செக் பண்ண முடியுமா?
பார்த்துட்டு நீங்கள் லைவ் ஸ்ட்ரீமில் இல்லையா?
ஒரு வாட்டி செக் பண்ணிடலாம். ஆடியோ கரெக்டாக வருதாண்ணா?
இப்போ வந்துட்டு ஸ்க்ரீன் ஷேர் இதில் இது இருக்குது.
ஒரு அனௌன்ஸ்மெண்ட் வில் ஸ்டார்ட் நெக்ஸ்ட்.
டிஷர்ட்ஸ் மட்டும் கலெக்ட் பண்ணாதீங்க, பண்ணிட்டு சொல்லுங்கள்.
ஆமாம், அவ்வளோ
Guys, let's start in next 15 minutes. Also, those who didn't collect your t-shirts, please go and collect your t-shirts in the reception.
ஹலோ.
சர்வேஷ்
மைக் ஒர்க் நீங்கள் ஒரு க்ரீன் லைட் எரியும், அதுவே எரியல.
பேட்டரி
இல்லை 15 மினிட்ஸ் இருக்குன்னு தான் அனௌன்ஸே பண்ணேன்.
நீங்கள் ரெடியாக வந்து நிற்கிறீங்க.
இல்லை சூர்யா வந்து அனௌன்ஸ் பண்ணுங்க, டிஷர்ட்ஸ் கலெக்ட் பண்ணாதவங்கள பண்ண சொல்லுங்கன்னு சொன்னாங்க. குவிஸ் தான் ஸ்டார்டிங். காமாட்சின்னு நினைக்கிறேன். அதுதான் அந்த ஏ இமேஜ் அதுதான். அது குவிஸ் இல்லையா, ஃபன் ஆக்டிவிட்டியா? இல்லை இல்லை, அது ஃபன் ஆக்டிவிட்டின்னு அனௌன்ஸ் பண்ணுறேன். ஆமாம், நாலு ஃபோட்டோ எடு. என்னெல்லாம் எடுத்தாங்களானே தெரியல. பரவாயில்ல, நல்லா மறுபடியும் நான் போஸ்ட் கொடுக்குறேன். என்ன என்ன சொன்னேன்? லேப்டாப்லாம் எடுத்துகிட்டு வரல. உங்கள் பவர் பேங்க் நான் யூஸ் பண்ணுறேன்.
ஸ்பீக்கர் 4 and 5 வந்து நீங்கள் பண்ணுறீங்க.
இல்லை, நான் ஹாட்ஸ்பாட் போடணும் என் மொபைலில். இல்லை, ஹாட்ஸ்பாட் போடணும் என் லேப்டாப்பில். வேண்டாம்.
ஸ்பீக்கர் 4 5 நீங்கள் பண்ணுறீங்க, நான் கன்க்ளூஷன் மட்டும் பண்ணுறேன்.
ஆமாம்,
ஃபைனல் ஃபெசிலிட்டேஷன் அண்ட் கன்க்ளூஷன்.
இல்லை 4 5 பண்ணுறனாலும் பண்ணு. இப்போ லாஸ்ட் மினிட்ல பண்ண முடியாதுல்ல. 4 நான் ப்ரிப்பேர் பண்ணிட்டேன்.
5 அனிதா தானே?
ஆஃபீஸ் போட்டு ஆஃபீஸுக்கு வெயிட் தான் போட்டாங்க. நான் வந்துட்டு 4 வெயிட் வச்சுருக்கேன். வெயிட் போட்டிருக்கேன். வாஷிங் மிஷின்னா இன்னும் எனக்கு தெரிஞ்சு இது வரைக்கும் ஆனது. நான் இங்கே பேசும்போது ஒயிட் கொடுத்தேன்னு பேசுகிறேன். சென்னை ரேக்ட்
உங்கள் துணி மட்டும்னா ஒன்றும் எல்லா துணியும் எக்ஸசைஸ்லாம் இல்லை.
ஆஃபீஸ் போடும்போது ஒயிட் நான் ப்ரைட்டாக தெரியும். நம்மளுக்கு பளிச்சுன்னு இருக்கும். டார்க் ப்ளூ நல்லா இருக்கும். டார்க் ப்ளூ பளிச்சுன்னு இருக்கும். செட்டில் ஆகிடுச்சு.
பாட்டில் இது பண்ணுறது
இல்லை வந்தாங்க. என்னைக்கு பார்த்து செக் பண்ணிட்டாரு.
ஆமாம், ஸ்பீக்கர் 4 எங்க? அவரை வந்து இங்கே அசம்பிள் பண்ணிடுங்க. அது லேட்டரா ரியலைஸ் பண்ணோம்.
ரெண்டு ஸ்பீக்கர்ல கொஞ்சம் பிரேக், ஒரு 10 மினிட்ஸ் ஆச்சு பிரேக். கொஞ்சம் இன்னும் நல்லா இருக்கும். அப்போ
நம்ம காலையில பிரேக் இல்ல. அது
ஒரு 3 ஸ்பீக்கர்ஸ் போட்டது ரொம்ப இதுவா இருக்கு.
ஓகே.
தேங்க்ஸ்.
இல்லை அதை நானே சொன்னேன், நம்ம ஒரு டீ பிரேக் கொடுத்துருக்கணும் 12க்கு அந்த மாதிரி.
The lunch counter is over. Nobody is pending to have their lunch.
Everyone had.
Still waiting to start.
Oh, okay.
Can
So
we at least announce?
lunch counter வந்து close ஆயிடுச்சு.
Good afternoon, folks. Anyone yet to have lunch? Anyone yet to have lunch?
I think everyone had. இல்லை ஸ்லைட்ஸ் மாதிரி இருக்கா கேன்வாவில், நீங்களே ஷேர் பண்ணிடுவீங்களா?
ஸ்க்ரீனா? ஸ்க்ரீன் நான் ஷேர் பண்ணேன்.
ஓகே. அதை ஜூம் கனெக்ட் பண்ணியாச்சா?
ஜூம் கனெக்ட் பண்ண போகிறேன். டைம்
இல்லை ஜூம் கனெக்ட் பண்ணி அப்படியே லைவில் இருங்க. அங்கே கூப்பிட்றப்ப மட்டும் டக்குன்னு ஷேர் பட்டனை கொடுத்து நீங்கள் ஷேர் பண்ணிவிடுங்க.
ஒன்ஸ் வந்து ஃபைனலி வின்னர்ஸ் போர்டு வந்ததுக்கப்புறம் இது எங்கேருந்து எடுத்தோம் அப்படின்றதையும் காட்டுவேன். ஓகேங்களா? ஸோ அப்போ வந்து
அதெல்லாம் நீங்கள் ப்ரிப்பேர்டாக வச்சுக்கோங்க.
அதான் ஜி நீங்கள் தானே ஹோஸ்ட் பண்ணுறீங்க. கடைசியில் வந்து எங்கேருந்து எடுத்தோம் அப்படின்றதையும் காமிக்குவோம் அப்படின்னு சொல்லிடுங்க. அதை வந்து நான் காமிச்சிடுறேன் இங்கே.
இந்த ஃபன் ஆக்டிவிட்டியை நம்ம காலையிலே வச்சுருக்கலாம், பிரேக் எங்களுக்கு கொடுக்கவே இல்லைன்னு ஒருத்தவங்க வந்து கம்ப்ளைண்ட் பண்ணிட்டு போகிறாங்க. இப்போ ஆஃப்டர்நூன் செஷனில் 2 ஸ்பீக்கர் தான், 2 ஆக்டிவிட்டி இருக்குது. நம்ம 3rd ஸ்பீக்கர் போட்டு இல்லாமல் ரெடி ஆகலையா?
மாற்றிட்டோம்.
இவ்வளோ வெள்ள பார்த்தீங்கன்னா 30 வயசு ஆகிடுச்சுன்னா
இல்லைன்னா வந்து ஃபீட்பேக் இமெயில்ஸ் எல்லாம் இருக்கும்.
மைக் நீங்கள் வச்சுருக்கீங்க
இதுதானே
ஸ்பீக்கர் மட்டும்
ஸ்பீக்கர். சரி,
that who is the first speaker after lunch now?
Comcast speaker.
Comcast, right? Feedback email
ஸ்பீக்கர் எங்கள் 4th ஸ்பீக்கர் வந்துட்டாரா? குவிஸ் தான், ஆனால் ஸ்பீக்கர் இங்கே அசம்பிள் பண்ணுங்க. குவிஸ் இல்லை, ஃபன் ஆக்டிவிட்டி. குவிஸ்ன்னு சொல்லக்கூடாது. அது ஒர்க் ஆகுதான்னு பாரு. இல்லை ஒர்க் ஆகாமல் இருந்துச்சு.
இல்லை
பண்ணியாச்சா?
ரெண்டுமே ஒர்க் ஆகுதா?
இது ஒர்க் ஆகும்.
ஒர்க் ஆகல.
ஒர்க் ஆகலை இது.
இதுக்கு தான் பேட்டரி மாற்ற வந்தாங்க.
வந்துட்டு போயிட்டாங்களா? பண்ணவே இல்லை.
பேட்டரி மாற்றினாங்களா இல்லையா?
அந்த 4th ஸ்பீக்கரை மட்டும் இங்கே வந்துட சொல்லுங்களேன். நெக்ஸ்ட் ஸ்பீக்கர்
ஆம்பியன்ஸ் நல்லா இருக்குக்கா. சென்னை ரேக் வச்சோம்ல. ஸோ இந்த மாதிரி சேர் இருக்குது, ஸ்பீக்கர்ஸோட எடுத்து எடுத்தோம்னா நல்லாயிருக்கும். ஆக்சுவலாக
அது அப்புறம் லாஸ்ட்டில் எடுத்துக்கலாம்.
ட்ரை பண்ணுவோம். ஆக்சுவலாக ஃபஸ்ட்டு மார்னிங் எடுத்தோம், ஃபஸ்ட் ஸ்பீக்கரோட எடுத்தோம். பட் வாய்ஸ் இது ஆகிடுச்சு. வாய்ஸ்க்கு
இல்லை இப்போ நெக்ஸ்ட்டு ஸ்பீக்கரை இங்கே கூப்பிட்டு வந்துட முடியுமா? காணும் அவங்கள, யாருன்னே தெரில. தர்மேந்திர குமார் குப்தா. அனிதா கூட ஓகே, வி ஹேவ் டைம். அனிதாக்கு டைம் இருக்குது. தர்மேந்தர் அவரை கூப்பிட்டு இங்கே அசம்பிள் பண்ணுங்கள், அவருக்கு டிவைஸ் எல்லாம் செக் பண்ணணும். We have a fun activity between for 15 minutes. We have some time for
okay.
Is here, right?
Yeah, he's here.
Okay.
He's there in another module.
இது ஒர்க் ஆகுது. இது ஒர்க் ஆகுது.
அது ஒர்க் ஆகுது. நீங்கள் மாற்றணும்னா மாற்றிக்கோங்க.
ஒன்றான ஒரு மைக் ஒர்க் ஆகுது. ஒரு மைக் ஒர்க் ஆகுது.
இல்லை, இதுக்கு புதுசு போட்டுறாரு அவர்.
ஓகே, டு பி ஆன் சேஃபர் சைட்.
இப்போ வந்து கார்த்திக், இப்போ வந்து என்னென்ன பண்ண போகிறீங்க? ஸ்பீக்கர் 4 இதுக்கு ஸ்பீக்கர் 4க்கு முன்னாடி
இப்போ ஃபன் ஆக்டிவிட்டி.
of speakers pending, right?
Yes.
Okay, and this fun activity.
And one more quiz between.
Super.
நெக்ஸ்ட் ஸ்பீக்கரு
Fourth speaker, quiz.
அப்புறம் quiz இருக்குல்ல
இல்லை இது பிரேக்கும் அங்கே தான் வரும்.
quiz வந்து இது பிளான் பண்ணிக்கோங்க. செஷன் லாங்காக போச்சுன்னா இது வந்து quiz
பிரேக்குக்கு அப்புறம்
டக்குன்னு முடியுதுன்னா quiz போட்டுக்கோங்க. இல்லைன்னா quiz வந்து நெக்ஸ்ட் செஷனோட டைப் பண்ணிக்கோங்க. ஒரு 10 minutes break after 15 minutes break.
ஆக்சுவலி இப்போ half an hour டிலே ஆயிருக்கு.
இல்லை கரெக்டாக
2:30 நம்ம 2 o'clock சொல்லியிருந்தோம். செஷன் ஸ்டார்ட் ஆகும். 2:30 அப்புறமா
கரெக்டாக இருக்குது. இது என்னென்னா ஒரு 4:30க்கு முடிகிற மாதிரி இருந்ததுன்னா டீ பிரேக்.
ஓகே, செஷன் 4 வந்து செஷன் 4 வந்து 4:30க்குள்ளே முடிஞ்சால் டீ பிரேக், இல்லைன்னா டீ பிரேக்
இல்லை செஷன் 4 முடிஞ்சு ஒரு பிரேக் கொடுத்துருங்க. டைம் இருக்கு நம்ம.
செஷன் 4 குவிஸ் இருக்குது. நீங்கள் குவிஸ் வந்து முன்னாடி போகிறதோ பின்னாடி போகிறதோ டைமிங் நீங்கள் பார்த்துக்கோங்க.
பிரேக் கொடுத்துட்டு அவங்கள அசெம்பிள் பண்ணுறதுக்கு குவிஸ் அனௌன்ஸ் பண்ணால் எல்லாரும் திரும்ப கேதர்
And the winners will get goodies.
Of course. Try entering your real name or nickname, not some zombie names.
So is anyone facing any difficulties with opening this quiz? Probably you can reach out to the volunteers. Yeah.
எங்கே வர மாட்டேது அங்கே கனெக்ட் ஆகுனா அங்கே நெட்ஒர்க் ப்ரோ போனீங்க ப்ரோ
Can we have Dhanush from organizing team to take care of this TV monitor?
போங்க போய் உட்காருங்க ரொம்ப கஷ்டப்படாதீங்க
You can
So we had a session, right? Now I'm going to say the first go and you say Meetup. Okay? So I say Meetup. So session 1, who? Come on, what is this? I do this. Okay, session 1. Session 2. Fully operated. Session 3. What the? What's this? Now we have going on.
Hello, everyone. So let's start. So today I am going to talk about one of the fast growing framework. Is the classroom. So anyone of you have got this one before? Great. So this, if you want to make it the certain uses you are that is and you then you make but there's right period. It is not because many of you have discussed like this take while you start talking about the framework. So not like it also space problem development, but if the change creates that is that right? It this is what I need to here because it's what the solve that we here that the framework comes picture. So when you framework, it does not mean that you are not using the AI. Right? You are using the AI, but better. So this is framework. Then so some people like single Java code mindset. Okay, so you want if I send any mindset, how much I enjoy work. Okay, so for that, they come with their architecture. It's called island architecture. Okay, so easily we send a complete executable page to the mindset. Okay, and on top of that, whatever element, whatever the component in Java code, they will receive the Java code. Okay, on the and purpose. When we use this framework, we discussed already. Their philosophy, their architecture was built with the content heavy design. You are making a website like you are making a e-commerce, you are making blogs, you are making full use. This kind of way to make a person get the data from server and then focus their own website. That is the framework was very good. Okay. So let's talk about this architecture. Already, I mean, this right architecture. This framework works on this architecture. So what is this? So this is this name to define what is easy to understand. Each complete like I is flow inside tracking page. Okay. So this are nothing but interactive component. Suppose you create a React component that you use it at the so you build this recipe so like how you want to create this component on the mindset. Okay, because by default this React does not want to see single piece of the code mindset. You have to create, but how do you create? So like I want to create in a certain way. There are various ways. So I might be very far away, right? So that you don't want to make interactive now. Sometimes you don't need to die to make interactive. Okay, right? So there are various ways. See, but before I speak about this, suppose you want to design page like this. Okay, so page I will header, sidebar, image, also like in page there will be highlight. Okay, you see here is interactive. Whatever part is interactive, need Java because Java only make you interactive component interactive, right? So the component, suppose component is an interactive element and image is an interactive. So there are two elements in page. So that why you have to take first one. This is two and I want to create certain. Okay. So how you provide very so you have a component. You create a component. You have a React component. I need cost like if you choose React component, definitely it will the code required. So what you do, you provide two types of architecture. That is client and the server type. Client type means Java code create component. Okay, so there are various ways to take. Like telling pass additional like in example, you can say passing client and I will come to the board. Immediately from server, there is Java and make some similar use media. The client means component to be migrated. I want component to interact only with the mobile support. And for this application, you want to migrate. You want to copy something. You use media. And similarly, the option for I similar server component that you might be aware that let's say even server component you are aware of that. This is the server in case of the needs to identity Java the client then it will come into but if server identity okay in server you don't need necessarily Java still you need some to be server. So you want to rate that one author you pay that is just email right but still the sticky can do some on server. This will take some time. Again, you can use server. Okay, so you don't have to send Java, but sending server. In the approach, this framework is that it is by a like the they were very if like something, but this one very like if you use pages, you use pages in your stroke. You can use other pages. You are familiar, you can use it in your stroke. Only if you want more to technology in the simple like if you use pages, both side your project. So you possible. Okay, and it will not reduce your speed because the architecture right. Whatever the Java code is there, you see that not the so it was very so for approach. So make your life fun. They have made one. Nothing Java will not send a single client and but they use and how you are to do that you will use that and I you will see that you will find it soon. So don't on the other framework where if you want to go from one page to another page, you provide their two components. Like if you drop value component, it is their own component. By which you click that you go to the next page without page. This does not have a framework specific component. Now we will provide their view transition API. That is here. We will see that code also. we should use one huge so suppose we are making content very high, in that case cost of work very okay, because market is less, right? Whatever Java need you are doing. So in content website and in website, there are not much interactive internet, right? Your main purpose is okay, you are getting data server and then it's okay from the main target, right? If you are doing content like blog, like e-site, portfolio site, marketing site, this kind of site making it, then pro will be very good for you. If you offer more, it will start ranking for. If you are doing copy and website, then every component in your needs JavaScript. Then in this will do better for because you do full version one time JavaScript client it will not fail. So just set point. There is industry. So right there are very rendering server side rendering, static side rendering. So since they are pushing on push your push speed of your website, to their site by default. Okay, yes, support that server and industry. Then the other just is first point. So first to get the item the I mean the server client component. It's just some in the you might write server and comes by account. So are two different ways to solve the same problem. Okay, different architecture. So I think which one is easy? Already right, you know so you know already of the I know one you have learned and that is very let me see soon. If you make for learn so you already if next if you don't yet then you have to learn yet. Any if you what but some case one yet because it is different. Okay, only question. So it is already very common. Okay, common on and since our found 20 it is just but it's very because we are going to making side far. So now let's go our home and see that right we will have to make more try to one by one all survival here. How to create growth? This is office side. Here you see that given so what I will do I'm going to a new and start working so you can understand. Okay, see how it is. Asking him okay, so download dependency so let's do it and wait for we are starting from being sort of if you understand done. Now opening this project in VS. So let's try to see that. So we will see that package. You see package order, there is nothing I'm using 1 ppm astro. It will be everything. What is needed to be installed in this one. So this is always place on folder. Okay, if you want to create a layout, you can create multiple folders. So let's start because you see this. So here that I told you have email, you can directly put your first file is going on course. If you see my screen, right? Course as well. Okay, I zoom it. So you see that right? It's for this here is law, right? Not mean nothing but dot you can say. Alright, you want to replace this content. Here is try to do this and my thought inside the container. Okay, so now let's try to see the pages. This is the folder. Okay, this is really a folder. Try to now. Yeah, this is complete. I mean, how is it in see all this frame general which is always okay, always is simply routing system. Because this not a single code, just a get file folder structure. So that create so that in this folder folder here we are creating all out. So what we are doing is we are importing the I'm just passing some HTML code. Okay. So this is complete HTML. Okay. HTML. Section is section. This is what is what you run on. You can do here. You can put the data else here. But now let's see. We want to create blocks. So see. Okay. Block layout, right? You go to the box, you see it's ready. Layout is and my email what is go inside layout. But we want to be inside our project. So let's say to click which we get that from JS that was this be and the first click and only by using first component. So this component, this we are nothing else but get data from the operating state and since having the data we are getting that data. Okay, we are getting that data. This is complete code. Now on we want to use this inside page block. So how we import so import and use. I use, right? I import block component for create VA and I'm using it at my show. Okay. So you can also create this in other tools. Like okay, use it, you can create blocks component in this. And anyway, you can use. But what is even let's see that it's not working. It's saying coding. So it's had we for the discuss should not send JavaScript to the client side. Right? We have to use I to it I have to pass it is so we pass the technical problem. This is the problem that I want to work like this. This real component is an island. Okay, it means I need to create on the side. So now show how to like if you use bind means when the page is in loop, it will do it separate and get effective this component. So now check our block component is working, right? But you see the page, you find problems. Not a problem, but still you can be so if you go to the space, go to the network and read this. Then you get network knowledge exactly because you're doing everything that code. That's everything in the client side, right? Into this. If you do this in you do it in the service in a mass problem. And then not what there are another problem. You go to new people, you see one JavaScript is in the client server. It means not for the skills. So application is not. So try to improve it. So how do you do it? I told you we create data which fall inside this pockets and any log can be inside the log. So let's try to create the data inside the log. So see, we are taking all the data from some place. Now we pass this data to our here, our component, and then we don't need component to write it. We don't need JavaScript code because you remove uses or a component. But we have the data, get data from server. See, the data is already there. Don't need to make this action. This component is not an action. Okay. It will be taken as a I will ask the I pass probe, I can see that here. And then I don't need any logic here in the safe mode. Here in this of this I can right? How you can do it? You can go IP so here it seems fine. Yeah. So now we are going in a JavaScript. Java is not very much yet. It's completely yet. So So I go to the UI. You see, my image is working. But this time I spec, and we don't get any unnecessary code. Because it is good for class, right? And then if you go to the new course, you see complete email is not only the performance, but also can the SEO. In case of you have different class and this meter, this is also required. Yes. Now, we get this component, right? And it's super and we want to get a diagram. So if people are aware of next step, so how we create a diagram, create a square bracket. So same thing you do it. Just do it. So this is my ID. Here you understand it. I mean, in next if you use static generator, so you have your the same thing we use. So static generation more. A big and it's generator is more. Okay, so if you tell since this is dynamic, you have to tell to also like hey, I want to use this loss, then you create all the routes and dynamics. So this is we are doing. Having the for and log and telling use those ID and log and keep all the password. Pass from here. I just post both here and enter this. We want to improve this by moving your object and detail. So we have the single block. Where we create a single block here, doing the data. Nothing else. Let's try to use the component here. And I just want to move to the component, right? Try to put it. Here we decide to simply tell to like all route you are going to create while time. Time if you have a PMV on that while generation your production time is all possible. So that client request be this will not anything, it will at least generate. So to see that Problem is nothing. We already but problem is that if clean this, our life is being breathed. And I told this problem is very, very common. So how do we do it? Without any pain. So that use this. Inside your head, you just have to write something inside the layout. Because layout is common for each, right? So inside the layout, I'm going to import the client order that's coming from the transition. That's it. Now I click and be not this. Okay. And you can find to anyway that is not that important. And people might be asking create API like this, create the API. So here you can that is the same way. If you are already aware of the HTTP, okay, so you might create API type problem. Anyone you have used HTTP type problem concept, right? In if you the next node, in this case, you create API same. So you create API and that you just have to okay. So the most round. And so one the body body this right. So this how you and you can do one is one parameter and do all three of whatever all one this. So now to our question. Yes.
Actually, we are in some projects of function. So we can our
like or any emotions.
Simple. Of the way, any entire try to contain provider. Like these are components. You have put your entire theme provider. In that case, don't use like inside. The background is there, but it's not working.
Like basic, but what's within client side? So CSR, like some of the firms are using side and some are using side.
No, it's not like that. Side thing, side thing, side thing. Almost frameworks have okay, but if you are using direct one, like API, right? So only side will adequate.
Like what happened?
Side versus server side. Client side is seen already, right? You might remember first time I created blog. Everything React. But kind of complete client side thing it. But I improved it later by using the server side also. I moved data load from the component to the, I mean, first. So this was example of server side. And previous example of the client.
It's like some line using those for development and and if I open something in my app, so but somewhere how can it and thing saying like how we can questioning based.
So I asked about it. It is success. And what is missing so that right? They come CSS, right? Totally fixed CSS. Or other depending on use it. Those will you I mean
Okay, last question.
Hi. So I have a question regarding that while you are seeing data of so that time you are also expect that why it looks like say compare. So this is how we in
yes.
this is that component like stroke.
How it similar to where net is known.
Yeah.
Same thing as the CSS code and that is very that is example is side thing what you are doing the net is something.
But in that way static stroke looks as the component of the next. So what do you
So this 1 4 1 2 3. Okay, it's 3 1 4 2 3. Take the last. This is what I do is I walk each step different, and first will be left and will be right. Okay, and then let's say I'll walk 1 2 3. And not come to zero, we'll start with left. Okay, I'll be trying to third person. Okay, they and they the moment. Also white. If right, going to get easier. This I can let me here. So what everybody is actually maybe there is one.
Please, his speech.
This so that's to like so first fourth. Okay, so let's go like we don't have 4 here, so oh, you like it? One of our it's not a second. Okay, now let me left. Every college. Next, 1 2 3. second. Rahul, you have something to say about one. Came to the floor. It's like 4% will have. So personally, I more than one, two, one, four, one, three. Because you know, in exam hall, when the facilitator you feel some uncomfortable. So this time, like I think that's so good. So we'll go to this. So we'll be
Guys, the quiz on the scan. So this is the top famous top things up. So okay. Two more water bottles. This is a I think so this is just ask what this about certain weird subjects, right? So this is on that. So you'll see all cases. So you go more same as this. So you want the output, and it process also over will get that point on there. Directly A and then turning so the throwing error the only here. Just one cycle the but see that road and then just so we'll ask A and this is question answers A and then here the next answer so what is I think so you know what function is called this function is called no so immediate involve the output 1 2 4 3 waiting we'll see code and then we'll few and yeah choose so yeah as I said is the IF and this is so as you know one print that we call immediate print then it comes to talk to and some other signals just just print two also and then have an to wait for the loop to free do other so print 4 3 so we'll print 4 and we'll come and so we so what plus does only has number there's a lot of things so another I want to get it as a same before I of numbers to print what will so string you want of course exclamation
Yeah.
It's not people changes to like a lot of like, so that's it must doesn't change. It's still okay.
Yeah.
And we simply not that because
So based on the geography, I will 50,000. So that is like a number. If it's not equal to any value, the value is that's why it's the false.
so one thing what is you something that's the better to get the answer.
I discovered the arithmetic operator. So I knows the answer also. Yeah. Yeah. Because so it's a number and to again to become a number. So as it is truth in it become 2 plus 1 equal to
Still
just have one more question.
last question double. So people the end also the right answer.
So be careful that 2 equal 1. Okay. Guys. Yeah. Okay. Because we have 2 equal, so that 1 and 5 are equal value. We are using like 3 equals only type of object and are find type of the artifacts. In that it will be a false. I think that's it.
Yeah, see the put it number yes.
but at least what you have Java so, and that's how the board. Thank you.
Now, for the final session of the day, so I have the luxury. I've had the luxury of being close with the founder for the last like 4 years. This founder, there are only 3 asks that we need to make the founder happy. First is reduce the number of bugs, then reduce the latency, then reduce the cost. So all 3 things, how many of you have things in this one? Can you only these people. If you make sure you all the check boxes, yeah, you are happy, you 100% like. You need not. Okay, so this session will be with Rita, and she is going to speak about past and present performance. Over to her. Give her a round of applause.
I hope everyone started right. Am I? I don't want to take a lot of time. Let's keep it much interesting as possible. So everyone used to and top is React. So everyone used to build a React website. We have a lot of features in React. So that forces us to use a lot of features in a place where it's not necessary. That leads to performance issues. So if the website is like you guys, very tired, very slow, then how it will be happy, right? So I use the analogy like every face is very tired, Now this is for one day. Sorry, this is sorry. And next is identity. And then we have a lot of strategies for improving the performance as well. First, the reloading, which every developer ordered. Basically, is nothing but I told you previously, right? We have a very large image, and that image is going to get loaded initially. It's going to take a lot of time. Instead, if we loaded the other elements and the other elements that are to be fixed, and after that, after a certain period, we can import that element. So this was avoided, and this is actually a lazy technique. We also have other techniques, minification, minimization, re-shading, and post-reading, JavaScript files. These are all the strategies. And usually, how we would measure the performance of the website? Any idea? Labs, yes. Everyone knows that Lighter is a very good tool for assessing web performance. And data. In data, actually, do we have metrics? We have a dashboard. So, can we able to find corresponding component profile data? I have viewed but it will be much easier to find the component which is causing the okay. So have a tool in React, which I am thinking about. So also have performance tablet. We also have models in which I we use to find which component is taking long. So these are some of the performance tabs. And so this is a new tool. Most people might know about it. React Scan. React Scan. Why React Scan? Because we have a lot of tools already. We also have profile, we also have but why React Scan is this? In profile, we used to view all the renderings and unnecessary specific everything is shown as same. Can be able to differentiate between necessary and unnecessary renderings. It's very difficult. But here in React Scan, we can easily find out the unnecessary rendering causing components. So as soon as we find out, we know the techniques that are to be optimized, that to be implemented. So it's a process that where we are going to find the component. That is the tedious. So whenever we found it, we have found that component, then it's going to be a clear process. So that's why we are having React. And we also might have a lot of tools and this, but I found this is very interesting. That's why I do set up this. So the feature, reader selection. It is to detect excessive readers. It also categorizes unnecessary and necessary readers. And then computation analysis. So how many readers rendering is happening and the computation and the calculation of the renderings and the text again calculation is also displayed over there. And data is optimized. We can even say this state we have to optimize in order to increase performance. And yeah, we also have data like so let's get into React. So it's a open source library. that open source. They are also advertising their product why using model. So this is something. And very easy to just be my and then in case next day we add inside the layout file and we can board. Let's get into scan. As you can see, you have a here. It is showing in frames per second how much calculated for you. And then we can also over the component see which current is getting better and we have a this is how we can find which component is taking a long time. Then and by using this we can actually implement the optimization techniques. Actually I have a demo one, but this is yes, but I had my so as I type, you can see how many times it's getting rendered and then each rendered. So this is how we can see the total column layout to show how many times it's created. And we find because of this pattern is being rendered. And let's go to the sample pattern. This is basic that I have and I will try to implement performance of this app very, very soon. But still, when we wanted to analyze performance here, what we do is start the compiling session and we perform some actions. After recorded, we will show all five including frames. So this tab used to find in which place the component is getting online. But finding from there is very difficult for us. This is a very small app. When we go to a very large app with page rendering, multi-page interaction of users, it's going to be a very easy task. Now we can find that this is the most where they can have some interactions. Yeah. Third, we found that we out the related something marks this very common. So this component is taken off. This is how we find the most time consuming component using file and comments. And in the next we have seen working. So this is about the section, right? Do you have any questions?
Now let's say you have identified
Next step will be have easy communication. So if easy learning is going to be a solution, and we are going to and if not, according to the requirements, we will pick up optimization.
what are the parameters that you consider for this wrong or this with the
That is based on the performance metric.
let's say performance metric of this this
The performance metric of the last sample was made. So I think easy learning will be good.
okay, what will be the basic niche for the entire and what are the solutions if the in the entire niche how will you
Naturally, the high dimension in the low dimension in your body.
CLS part because usually
CLS, how it is going to get into this? Because yeah, because it is layer shift. Layer shift is something that if the basis is not done right, then layer shift.
even the dimensions of the will become or we are saying that component is in the component level.
Yeah. CLS is something is rated style.
Yeah, I understand. This is not just it can be managed with Java that let's say you read the component of it, that can also possibly.
Yeah, if that is really
That's what called so so yeah.
first is larger because it is going to take a very long when compared to other metrics. That's the
Would be possible to find out the particular component takes from memory. It is to find out like what is that you will find out say for example which takes a lot of memory. Let's say for example using some global language.
Okay, let's go. So we have a Balasubramani, senior director of growth operations. So I'm with here and I now we have Balasubramani, senior director of growth operations. Okay, will be joining us virtually. Just give us a second. Thank you so much. Hello, this is take care of CIC in terms of growth and operation of the whole sector. And I'm here. Okay. I'm sure all had a great day. The there's people actually giving you information on something. I'm basically used to a lot of meetups for India also. But then what's the able to do one day. So just give you a small and what kind of a little bit of that. This is company started in 1963 US, and you all know Canada many aspects in terms of the users, and CNC channels, the comfortable study, the later part of actually has been so those are the various aspects of campus what I say just so last year. So so that the very part is the only of the whole of the world podcast and we all run from down the podcast ECU study and so why this part like first basically wanted to embrace Indian company. So the first time they actually come out of US and Europe to start a company meaning of the word is just we don't really you have like people this main city yeah I mean also people are sitting in this place. So think about what you right people here and see versus the kind of technology that apps use good things we do so many things which are you know the broadband business technologies AI ML IT electronic engineering machine learning and stuff coding platforms so many it's completely entertainment they can imagine about what would be part of a technology that runs media and use those technologies just because we are not just about the knowledge but happy about the way we do never fancy but it is actually has both this you can double the numbers and culture is something very important for us so many things happen in this city, this space of we do increase the number of any kind of activity that you have you try to particular which is way industry and films we do specific focus so many initiatives which we see at human beings but we want to become yes and something for on and so far I have a lot of program where we enter leaders and also trying that are where we will get when the person work for we don't ask for and the skills they have which are business we offer, right? We are specific and from a technology standpoint we have lots of issues, we have lots of technology events to the company every other month we do promotion where in a month there is and the last month for the last coming learn so learning and sharing is very very important which is has brought us to this thing and this is about inviting people to keep in specifically on the niche skills specific skills but this is something that we don't make this part of fun even the person so we don't start the person off beyond basically it's just okay but you have to think on this then the best part is that almost people
Chennai, we feel that can serve us long. While we also have football across India, yes, we have had be easy. So as to be we might not be open a company like us, but we have potentials that can be potentials in person.
Any question?
I would say the meters are not really mentioned these days. I used to kind of be part of meter talking about the one kind of it used to be very difficult to experts. But these days really used to be architect kind of side or also use those online forms are there. You have to contribute to people, but this is for all expert what I believe I believe the other is that's right. And when you handle we always improve not only on service and provide but also to our community. So do let us know if someone more questions or posts or any information about you feel free. Thank you so much for the whole.
Thank you.
And
Even so anybody wants to share anything until the anybody wants to share anything? Yes.
I share some is not useful for contribute to open. So continue to also a lot of benefits. It's not that you have studies, but also you know things like how we deposit is organized, how you know how people use to make a lot of action. So it is part of start. And starting, I feel definitely there are a lot of influences. So, like, working and of how to do something like how to evaluate technology throughout the process. But if you are interested in that, yeah, then that is a open source GitHub as well as foundation. So, do it out. It's very small things, just and you're okay. So, but it can take it explains you the what it says you do if you're planning to contribute to website. So, do it out and first contribution first contribution.
We had 1 year and it's all because of one sponsor through the last year. So we're looking for sponsors. So sponsors. Sorry. Okay, so sponsors local we provide visit to black team and all the infos and also they make dedicated speaking slot and finally on the they also gain space to show the products as well as selling them, but it does come from many. and also we are looking for speakers. If you're interested in giving talk, you can calculate with them and next meeting will be writing and ready. Please speak in the next program. Okay. All sites are available in Chennai. You can also go to the website, fill the office. Is everything done? Go to the cool. Okay. Nice. So my first meeting was on the yacht. I went to Bangalore and I literally envy Bangalore for tech community. So we almost 20 people here, and this gives us confidence that if you are going to come meet the next coming, go for a that we have support of the community. So let's give a round of applause to the audience. Organizing you coming to attend this session. 200 people were there. It was almost pinned silence. Fantastic audience. So, so if you have any suggestions, if you can input for another which will now meet, but if you see something incorrect, please do let us know. Please send this now and fill feedback now. Help us to make better sessions. Also, not able to hang here, please send an email of this. All the things. Okay. Also, if you are looking for any options, please research and scan here and research will be delivered. So that's it. I have a here. First, I must say, we would like to thank our sponsors, our wonderful speakers, also the attendees. Last but not least, this was one event, but you personally efforts, the volunteering transport policy. Let's actually give a big round of applause. It was almost like 1 month preparation for the event. So, actually posted in here. Nice. So, going to extend the time for the course, even with 95 and we announce the winners next meeting. Okay, we announce tomorrow, but the winners will come in like the next. So that's this is the end signing off. So one so next year of learning, network and together community. Thank you guys. We have photos after the network of the community. Right on forward.
Sorry.
கை தான் வரேன்.